morning to all of you. We are very happy and honored today to welcome Professor Spiros Foudas from the Agricultural University of Athens. He is our keynote speaker for today. Spiro, the floor is yours.
I think before the presentation is loaded, I can, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Vloncho. Thank you very much, dear George. I'm very happy and honored to be invited for this keynote talk. I'm very also happy to be here among a number of colleagues and friends. You know, this conference is among, it has been, that's the 10th year, so we've been following for many years, and we're happy to see friends. That's one of the good opportunity. So today I'm going to discuss about the precision agriculture and the use of AI as front runners towards more sustainable agriculture. Just to introduce myself, I'm a professor in Agricultural University of Athens in the field of precision farming. And my background is as a trained agriculture engineer from Aristotle University, Thessaloniki. And I did my master's in computer science at Cranfield, the UK, and then I did my PhD in Denmark for precision farming, and also part of that was at Purdue. And we've been working a lot of anything related to new technologies in agriculture, and that's going to be my talk today. So what we're doing in our team. Before I say that, because HAICTA is about ICT, so there are also many colleagues that are participating, that are working in other fields of the ICT, not related to precision farming. Just to say a few introductory let's say, information about what precision agriculture is about. So precision agriculture is the field of management. Actually, we try to understand what's happening in the field for subfield level and to make decisions based on that. And then that's one phrase of Mark Bradney from Australia. Some people here, they have cited it a lot, like Aristotle here, we have it from his PhD in viticulture. So it's the matching of application of inputs and agronomic practices with the characteristics of the soil and the requirements of the crop to show variability within the field. And then here is what is the potential about precision agriculture. Here you can see the market potential up to 2030. So you see that in 10 years' time, it's going to be 3 times more the market in this area. And if we want to see which are the main applications within precision agriculture, here we can see that the yield mapping, yield monitoring is one of the most important characteristic and actually applications. And then if we see here another survey about the potential, we see that the biggest in the future area of penetration is not going to be Europe or the US, because a lot of things actually are going on, but it's going to be in Asia, actually. That's going to be the huge improvement. So, and here is an easy way to say what we're doing with precision agriculture. The first one is the conventional. That means that we actually is what the farmers are doing today. Most of the farmers, the majority of the farmers, maybe 95% of the farmers. In Greece, probably 99% of the farmers, maybe 1% is using the second level with the precision agriculture. So you don't manage the field like a blanket application that's the same everywhere, but you split the field, and then you do different management zones. And the third one is, as we're calling, we can be able with the new technology to go and actually sense every individual field. This is the ultra precision farming. We cannot see that very often in open fields, but for example, greenhouses, that is a very high value crops, there is a potential to go to this dimension. So we also bring another, to give you another here picture. Here is of one of our colleagues and friends from Turkey, Professor Akdemir Bahatin, who has sent us this one. That here is what they say, we're talking about technology, but here that's what we are doing here. So here, actually, they're doing precision farming. They're doing precision weed spraying. So they see where the weeds are, and they spray only where the problems are. So I'm going to say, to give you some examples of what we are doing now from now on in our team. And we start here with one of the applications is we have a commercial project with one company called Corteva. So we're working for 3 years for processing tomatoes. The idea here is to use both satellites and also drones. We fly over some of their fields and also cotton and processed tomatoes to see if we can actually make a good predictions and up to 2 months. I mean, we have managed to do that up to 2 months before the harvesting. And here you can see the results is almost 90% correlation between the actual yield and the forecast by the use of remote sensing. And then here are sorry for the Greek, here is the vegetation index, NDVI. Some of the people who've been working on this area, they know that very well. So we take the images, we analyze the data, we do the NDVI maps, and then we actually, what we are doing with these maps actually is we have created a software for the company. So we created the software, the company is using it. So every week we upload the photos of each individual field. We send it to the agronomists of the company, and then they go together with their farmers and they try to improve some parts of the fields. And that's also operational. We launched this software just this year, this growing season, and actually we also tell them, we actually upload the average NDVI, we call it curve, in comparison to the other farmers, so they can see actually it's like a benchmark if a farmer is doing better or worse. Another project that has been finished last year is called Big Data Grapes. As you can understand, it's about grapes. It's about big data. So that was coordinated by a Greek company, Agrono, here in Athens. It was a big 4.5 million euro project. So here our team was responsible to actually apply. We actually were responsible for all the pilots across Europe, but we also managed, we tried to collect big data, as we call it, from agriculture. But to be honest, still all the data we collected for the big data expert is not big data. So they wanted more and more data, so we realized that we're still not in the situation to really prove that with precision agriculture we can really say big data. That's why we brought many satellite images from different spectral to increase the volume. But again, I want to say that many more things will come to actually discuss about big data. Here we use two types of, these are two sensors that we're actually mounting on the tractor. So we're going up and down the field. At the same time, we're taking a UAV image, and also we're also taking the image from the satellites. And here, the interesting part was the results. We managed to get 96 correlation with the final yield, early June and early August. So the application here was one of the commercial vineyards in Skol in Peloponnese, in EMEA, that we actually did this work. So another project, it's a big project, it's called Smart Agri Hubs that we are participating. So our team, I'm personally responsible for these Smart Agri Hubs is developing digital innovation hubs. So Europe is divided in 8 hubs. Geographically, I'm responsible from the Southeast Europe, so we have launched a number of open calls for that. Many people have participated. And actually next week in Lisbon, on Monday, we are actually having not next week, on Monday, today is Saturday, so on Monday, 2 days' time, we're actually having the final event of this 4-year project. And it's quite interesting. How digital innovation hubs can work and what's the potential. But for our group, our team, we had also one, we call it innovation experiment. We work on broccoli here. The application is Marathon village or city outside of Athens. I think everybody knows how many kilometers is from Athens. We are very close to where the marathon starts from here. It's about 500 meters, is the main stadium, so it's 42 kilometers from here, more or less. That's where we have the application area. It's the marathon now, it's the main vegetable production now for the whole Athens metropolitan city. So here what we're doing is we again are working on yield forecast and also maturity estimation. So we're going every week to the field. So broccoli, you know, it's a winter crop. So we start from October and we finish in February. So we're going every week taking images with UAV because the fields are not big to use satellites, so the satellites can now work. I mean, the free satellites, the Sentinel-2, it's 10 by 10, as you know, if the ones who are working at the spatial resolution. So here we actually taking these images, and then actually we're going also to analyze the maturity and also afterwards the yield, and also the results are close to 90%. For both yield estimation and maturity. Now we have got a new project which is called Spectro Food. We're working, that's an ERANET project, ICT Agri, that we take one step further, and we're using hyperspectral imaging for broccoli in our case. We have 3 other crops in Europe, potatoes, leeks, and mushrooms. But in our team is working on broccoli. We'll analyze the broccoli with hyperspectral and looking here at specific quality. So we analyze the quality in proteins and also in other index. Another part which is very important and that we've been working a lot over the last year as a group, as a team, is the spray drift. The ones who are actually operating they are actually farming or they are closer to farmers. We know that spray drift it's a huge problem. The sprayers are not working perfectly. So we have, as you can see here, that's a real photograph from a real field. So at least 20% of the spray is going outside of the target. That's called spray drift. So we've been working a lot to reduce, at least to manage to propose solutions to reduce the spray drift. So for this one of the projects that we coordinated, that was Horizon 2020. This also finished end of June this year. It's called Optima. It's for optimized integrated pest management. So for me, I was the scientific coordinator, but I had also co-coordination by my colleague from Agricultural University of Athens, Dimitris Tsitsigiannis, from the plant pathologists. So we did it together. Here is an example. We did everything from the detection to application. Here is an example of course, there are like many partners for this one. Here is from Wageningen, who was responsible for the detection. Here they have 2 cameras, RGB and multispectral, looking at as you can see, at the apple trees to manage to detect early in the season. Here is for apple scab. So we had 3 crops, 3 pathogens, apple scab for apples, alternaria for carrots, and mildew for vineyards. We managed to have a lot of good results for prediction. And then what we did, we put all the application, and actually we had 2 commercial partners. This is Caffini from Italy, that all the technology that we provided. So for example, our team here in Athens, we developed the controller, that all the information that were coming from the cameras. So we put the controller to come and make a variable rate application map or a task map to load it onto these sprayers. And these sprayers actually, just to say that the Horizon program, European projects are not only for research. This one, as you can see, they have got many awards. They even got a 3rd one now. So for their applications. And which is the results for that? So here is like, here are the three crops, and here are the benefits, how much we can actually save, because Green Deal say that we have to save up to 50% of the pesticides by the year of 2030. That's many people say this is very ambitious, but we can really, we have proved through this project that if we manage to optimize the process for pesticides application, you can see that we can save quite a lot. Here is the saving, 50 to 75%, 5 to 25 for grapes, and we can save, and the last one is for drift. Here is how much better we have coverage of the spray droplets onto the leaves. And then we actually tested everything. This we tested in real commercial farms in 3 countries with cooperatives working there. And the best we managed to get using a decision support system, the smart space and the vision system, we managed in a single case to reduce the pesticides, but even to 82%. Of course, that's one case, but I'm saying how much we can actually go if we optimize everything, but we can really see that with the technology we can actually have some benefits. So here is what our group has done for intelligent spraying control. We have actually managed also to regulate each individual nozzle in a spray boom. So here is outside of our laboratory here in Athens, in Agricultural University. So we give for each nozzle different pulses. So we don't only say how much, but also where exactly within the same boom or in the same sprayer to activate these nozzles. And here is all of this can actually go and spray variably. So to continue with some other applications that we've been working, here is, you can see another project. AgroboFood is the application of robotics in agriculture and in food. Another big, it's again digital innovation hubs. Wageningen is leading. So this big project, which is quite interesting. So here our group has, here is our robot, Husky robots. Many people, they have this robot in their lab because it's an easy to use robotic platform. Here our specific experiment was for micro spraying. So we had an olfaction like a e-nose. The project here was to detect mycotoxins for corn. So here you see the corn. We have planted like a very limited number of plants in the fields. So with artificial inoculation in the plant pathology lab, so we planted crops with the disease and some others without, and then we managed actually to detect in the field the mycotoxin and then go and do micro spraying only where the plant was affected. Here is another small, here is in Sparta, that's where is the outside of, next to the airport, is Sparta is called. We have the experimental station of the university. We have 30 hectares of vineyards. And here is, we have this, this is one customized robot for our site. So here we do micro spraying, robotic micro spraying, and then we try to see the difference between the actual situation and the conventional. And then I moved to another project called Ropes for Crops. Again, that's also coming from the, it's coming from the robotics call, not from agriculture. Here is we have developed a vision system to detect the diseases, our group here. And then we are working that on apples and vineyards. And we have commercial farmers to work on that. Again, this also led, it's coordinated by Wageningen University, and we're responsible for the robotic spraying application. So we are trying to, again, work on the sprayers and optimize them. And here is, we also have the detection system, the process information, and all of this. Actually, with a task map, we transfer it into the sprayer for the application. And now I think I'm going to present you the last of the project that we've been working on. So it's called Icarius. So it's a project for, there was a call about drones in agriculture. And because that's HAICTA is Hellenic, so it's a Greek association, I would say we're very proud for our countries because there were 2 projects funded. So there was a call last year about drones application in agriculture. And I think 13 applications were submitted and 2 were to be funded. And we're very proud in Greece because 2 of the funded projects are actually coordinated by Greece. So one is it's the Icarius that I'm going to coordinate for the next 4 years. And the second is from CERT, our colleagues for CERT. They have got the second funded project. So even the project officer asked us to collaborate together, which is very nice to collaborate among friends. This is quite exciting. Everybody's talking about drones. Many people are even using spraying drones for spraying their fields, even though officially it's not allowed yet by the European Union for laws or for law. It's only for experimentation. So here are some of the partners that we've been working on. So we're 3 European research institutes and universities, 6 industrial stakeholders and technology SMEs, and 4 non-profit organizations. For our case, we're going to do research, so we're going to actually manage to collect the models that actually being used for drones for different applications. We're going to develop and demonstrate this in a number of demonstrators. And then we're going to have a platform to educate and train. We may give some people that are going to get a license for that, or proved educated material, and then scale up. So we're going to have with the open call, we're going to have an open call for everybody in Europe to come with applications for small projects. So in a nutshell, here is actually, this is the infographic we put into the proposal, which actually imitates a little bit how the drones actually are using. Here is the base station we're using, and then it's takeoff. So we're going to have the Icarus platform. The market, we're actually doing a market landscape, who is in the market. We're going to have a library with models. And then we're going to have use case and open calls. So we have 4 use cases. One is in Spain, they're working on crop health. One is in France, they're working on livestock health and well-being from HAICTA. And then we have one in North Macedonia, in Skopje. They are going to do logistics, farm logistics. They're going to take the drone and carry small agricultural products to some isolated villages in North Macedonia. We have a cooperative there. And then in Greece, we have one application for spraying drones. And the most important thing is the open call. So we're going to launch 2 open calls. So everybody who's interested can follow us to see when we are going to launch the open calls. It's a very good idea for people to have some cascade funding. And here is the use case and the open trials. And for our case, that, as I said, we have the spraying drones as our main application. Here we are our university vineyard. I said this actually next to the airport, I don't know, 3 kilometers from the airport, that we do all our work there. So we tried this year, it's our first piloting year. So here you see where the yield is. So we use a specific standard for the spraying measurements. And so we actually use water-sensitive papers at the three levels of the vines of the tree, lower, medium, and high, to see the penetration of the spray droplets within the field. And here is, I'm not going to say all the details, here was a snapshot of different applications, as Professor Vlotso said, to give a little bit of an overview of some of the digital applications. Here we see, for example, in the row, so we're trying to see in the row, that means that we fly the spray drone between two vineyards. Over row is we fly above the row, and then the green one is how it's done conventionally. And we actually found a lot of better application when we fly over the vines, the crop, and not between the crops. In some places, the difference you see is really, really high. And it's quite comparable for the high collectors. The medium is similar to the conventional, the terrestrial, and in the lower, the terrestrial is much better, I mean, conventional sprayer. And here you see the drift, of course. The drift is the big difference. So here, the green is the spray drift by the conventional sprayer, by the farmer. And we can see with drones, the spray drift is really, really low. So that's the advantage, actually, of the spraying drones. And finally, our group, because we have done a lot of work, so we said, one of my PhD student, Nikos Milondas, said one day, why don't we commercialize some of the results of the data we have collected? So we have made a marketplace, which is called Eden Library, that to actually have a number of real images and annotated images for AI. And it's the marketplace. Everybody can upload the images. It's really working now. It's ready. Everybody can upload the images. And then it's a marketplace, and somebody else can buy the images. Some money are going back to the one who provides the data, and some remains to the library. Here is how the data sets. Here it's a number of data sets available. So some are from free, some are, as said, is for charts. We're trying to make a marketplace for agricultural data. Still, the transactions are very low, I can say. So there is not a lot of interest, but there is a lot of follow-ups and questions. But we do have some transactions, but very limited. And of course, we also do a lot of in-house. We are going out in the fields and collect data. So we also try to capture some of the viruses that they are not very common. Here's some of our, let's say, snapshot of social media if you want to follow. And we have also AI library. We have more than 30 notebooks, I mean, free software that everybody can use it to analyze the data. Here is, we have 30,000 agro images and more than 100,000 annotation already in the platform, 35 crops and 60 pest and diseases. As I said, there are more than 30 software notebooks. And we're still trying to use that over. And here is actually, because we realize that it's not so efficient to have to wait, to rely on external agronomists to give us the data. So we actually made a reviewer, like a camera in-house, that we can actually go out and collect the data ourselves. And actually, in the beginning, we thought the marketplace would have more commercial interests, but finally the camera has more commercial interest. And this week, actually, we found somebody from Venture Capital that is going to invest and fund this project for further commercialization. So just to finish, just to say what the digital farming means with 3 small videos. Again, these are going to be in-house from our team members. Here is somebody that's like a farmer that wants to enjoy culture together with a farm. So you see, you can have an automated way of seeing if the crop is not doing well, and you can remotely go and optimize the condition and the crops are going well, so we can actually enjoy the city life and also be a real farming using digital technologies. And here is the use of drones. Another video, because we were working also on drones, even though we produced this before we got the project, because we've been working on drones for more than 10 years. So here is the captain. We approach the target to go and do some application. And here are the bombs. These are not destructive bombs. You will see what kind of bombs we're talking about. So we can actually spray or now throw seed bombs. And now finalize, here is a tomato with, for hydroponics, we have also colleagues with hydroponics experts, with like sensors, and then we have tomatoes without, hydroponics tomatoes without sensors that really suffer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Spiro, thank you very much for this interesting and impressive presentation. Are there any questions in the audience? Yes, Rula.
Thank you, Mr. Spiros, for this presentation. Very, very interesting. I have some questions. Are Greek farmers ready to adopt all these innovations? One question. Second, is there some services in Greece to diffuse these innovations to the farmers? And what is the policy from the government to diffuse these innovations to the farmers? Because all these innovations are very, very good, of course, and useful, but in the fact, the farmers have to adopt these innovations. So what is the situation in Greece?
Excellent. Very good questions. So your name, please? Just to know, you're from?
Stavriani Koutsou from Thessaloniki.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. I want to see if you are from Greece or another country. So I'll take one by one. So of course, as I said in the beginning, maybe 1% of the farmers are using these technologies. They use at least some apps, applications, they may use a little bit more, like 5 to 10%, but real precision farming can be about 1% that can do some variable applications. If there are services, we don't really see real services like at crop advisors, as we call them. We may see actually it's driven by private companies. There are some private companies, like we know that they're very active, like AgroApps, Farm B, for example, like some good examples that are working in this area, and they are pushing this technology ahead. So from advisors, we haven't seen anything yet. You know, the government has announced to educate the new crop advisors. We have our Elgo Dimitra Institute that is working very hard on this, but we hope to educate them also the new technologies. So that's an issue. I don't know how much that's going to happen, a little. We can see from Dr. Dina says. And then the third part is the policy. Policy is better, I think, because with the new schemes for new farmers or for the new, let's say, schemes for how it's called, restrictive of the farming. The farmers are going to get a lot of more bonus if they actually include some of the innovations in their plan. So we're going to see a lot of new technology, especially the new scheme. They will not fund many tractors anymore. Before it was all about tractors and implements. Now they will say now implements, but smart technologies. So green, they call it green and digital technologies. So is going to bring some penetration. The point again there is like how many we're going to use them, because they buy something. I mean, the previous term, they use a lot of, they got many autopilot GPS systems because they got extra bonuses, but maybe 10% of them have used them. They just leave it there because they want for the extra bonus. So we need as you said, your second point, the advisors to help.
Okay, thank you very much. I can verify that in Thessaly, drones are being used commercially for cotton defoliation, that period of time before harvesting.
For commercially?
Commercially,
very
commercially,
yeah.
commercially. It's very efficient and very fast to be applied. Another question? Okay. Spiros, I want to ask you, you have considerable experience on a European level and not only about such applications at a farm level. We know that Greece is not a pioneer case study on this, but we have also neighboring countries, I'm referring to the Balkans, with considerable agricultural structures. So do you think that northern or central Balkan countries are more efficient on adopting such technologies compared to Greece?
Yeah, that's a very good question, George. I think, yes, as we know, it really depends also on the farm size, on the field size. So we know the Eastern Europe, for example, you've got many big farms. So, I mean, even Bulgaria, I mean, it's like a neighbor of us. They have big farms and they can use, actually. They're much, much ahead in using precision ag technologies and ICT than in Greece and other similar countries like us. And just to give you an example, 25 years ago when I did my master's in England, it was 97, 98, I interviewed the first 25, there were only 25 farmers using precision farming. So my thesis was to interview these 25 first pioneer UK farmers. There were not more. So 3 years ago, we had a study, EU-wide study about precision farming adoption. And in the UK, we had a partner. It was impossible to find a single farmer in East Anglia that they have big farms without using at least one ICT application. So we see the big difference, and I think that's a good example.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, we are moving to the next session.
Good morning, everyone. We'll continue now with the seventh session of this conference. And I would like to ask Mr. Panagiotis Malioris, who will join us online, in order to present the conceptual framework of predictive maintenance in a canning industry. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Malios Panagiotis, and today I will present you our research regarding a conceptual framework of predictive maintenance in the canning industry. The co-authors are Panagiotis Malioris, George Kokas, Alexandros Stiliadis Heinz, Ioannis Margaritis, Fotis Teriopoulos, and Dimitrios Britsis. This is a collaboration between International Hellenic University, the Department of Industrial Engineering Management, and the Savic and Hellenic Metal Package. This research has been co-financed by the European Regional Development Fund of the European Union and Greek national funds through the operation program Competitiveness, Entrepreneurship, and Innovation under the call Research, Create, Innovate. Today I will present you the description of the project scope, our main objectives, the production of the process stages, the real-time production monitoring, the decision support system, and furthermore we will talk about the maintenance architecture, predictive maintenance, and finally we will see the application of a real-time system monitoring and data visualization and loss determination. The description of our project is monitoring the production line at each individual stage, is the development and implementation of a decision support system, and visualization of losses at each stage. Furthermore, predictive machine manufacturing with predictive maintenance methods will be applied. Our main objectives are to improve the production process, to increase the reliability and safety of industrial machinery, to reduce downtimes and bottlenecks, and to optimize the maintenance schedule. Now we'll see with images the production process stages for organic industry. First, cutting process, then the process of forming a cell frame. Furthermore, we have a process of carrying and hardening cell. We have the cell handling process. Additionally, we have the lateral nerve formation process, the cell closure process, the cell leak test process, the cell photo inspection, and finally, the product is finalized with pallet creation and pallet roll. Now, for the real-time production monitoring, sensors embedded to the systems take real-time sensor measurements and store them into a programmable logical controller, the PLC. Afterwards, every 10 seconds, the PLC feeds the sensor measurements to an OPC server, which is connected with the data logger and a MySQL database in order to store historical data, an HTTP client in order to broadcast sensor-generated data to a designated web endpoint, and with the HTTP server for bilateral communication and the read-write functionality with the web server. Now, we'll talk about maintenance. What's maintenance? In Industry 4, we see three types of maintenance mostly. It's corrective maintenance, which is the maintenance after failure. It's preventive maintenance, which is maintenance in certain time periods, and predictive maintenance, which is maintenance before failure in specific timelines, optimal timelines. And we want to focus on predictive maintenance. That's the future. Now, predictive maintenance can be divided into data-driven, knowledge-based, and physics-based, the models that we use. And also data-driven into machine learning, deep learning, stochastic, and statistical. Let's focus on predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance can be further divided into three classifications. The first is classification, which we want to see. We want to predict if the machinery is on healthy or unhealthy state. It's a binary classification. Then we have the regression, where we want to predict the remaining useful life of the machinery based on the failures that we collected. And afterwards, we have clustering. Clustering is to cluster certain failures together. In this presentation, you can see also the most commonly used algorithms for its category, such as random forest, artificial neural networks, CNN LSTM, recurrent neural networks, K-means. As you see, its category has its own algorithms and methods. Now, let's hop to our application. Firstly, we create a dashboard with following the sensor measurements and data integration from the PLC to OPC server, a dashboard with real-time crucial parameters, in example, the amount of rejected cans, the malfunction of machinery, or the total processed items for each stage is created. As you can see, for each and every stage, we have key input measurements that we have the production manager for the real-time production manager. Additionally, we have created another dashboard for data visualization and loss determination. A dashboard containing statistical parameters and predictive outcomes of the production process in combination with alarm-based systems. And if the algorithm detects an anomaly, a warning message is triggered to prompt the user to corrective action. Both dashboards have been created with the React framework in combination with eCharts library. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you a lot for this very interesting presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, I would like to ask something.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry?
Please ask.
Okay, great. Have you validated this in a specific industry?
Yes, it's a canning industry where we go to a factory. We see the production process, and for each stage we put some measurements to take key parameters such as how many cans go through a certain point, or vibrations for the machinery that's working there. And then we store them all in a database and we analyze them.
Great.
It's a canning industry.
Thank you. No more
Thank you very much.
questions? Okay, so we see no more questions here, so thanks a lot again. We hope to see you next time in person.
Thank you very much.
We will continue with our next presenter, Iraklis Panoutsopulos. Welcome. He will present the data-driven update of AgroVoc using agricultural text corpora.
Okay, can you hear me now? Thank you. So my name is Hercules Panoutsopulos. Basically, I'm a research associate at the Agricultural University of Athens, working together with Professor Foudas. But today, I'm going to deliver this presentation wearing the hat of the PhD student at the University of Maastricht. I'm going to say a few things about how natural language processing and deep learning technologies related to knowledge graphs can actually enter the realm of agriculture. So the aim of the research I'm working on has to do with ways in which we can actually use text corpora to update knowledge structures for the domain of agriculture, like AgroVoc. In essence, the goal of the research is twofold. Goal number one, identify new concepts that could be added in AgroVoc by extracting those concepts from text. And goal number two, find ways to introduce those new concepts in AgroVoc by also linking them to what other concepts are already there. In essence, AgroVoc is a test case for our research, which is situated within a broader context having to do with monitoring and predicting changes in knowledge graphs using text corpora as the source. So why AgroVoc? AgroVoc is considered to be a standard in the agricultural community. It is a multilingual structured vocabulary containing at this moment more than 40,000 concepts related to agriculture and food. Relations between those concepts, their definitions, as well as labels of those concepts in a number of different languages. From a technology perspective, it is structured as a directed acyclic graph developed on the SCOS recommendation, which is also based in RDF, and the relations that are there between concepts are both hierarchical and non-hierarchical. AgroVoc has a vast array of applications ranging from annotation of data and metadata to indexing literature to annotating text, and of course, given the fact that concept labels in AgroVoc are available in many languages, it can also be used, and it is used for enabling multilingual search functionalities. why are we bothering with methods that could be used for the automated update of Agrovoc? First of all, let me say that currently, Agrovoc is maintained by a group of experts from FAO and a network of collaborators affiliated with FAO. In order to build our case, we ran an initial analysis to see what is the case with Agrovoc and try to identify some patterns in the ways in which it is being updated. So at first, we tried to see what is the number of concepts in Agrovoc diachronically, and what we realized is that during the course of time, with a small exception, the number of concepts in Agrovoc has raised, which could lead us to the conclusion that updating Agrovoc, in essence, means adding new concepts in order to capture recent developments. We could not say that a similar case stands for the number of relation types in Agrovoc, because as you can see in the second diagram, there are some fluctuations. These fluctuations require some further investigation to figure out why we observe such a pattern. And in a further extent, another analysis we undertook was to see if concepts added in Agrovoc in the past have been added early enough in order to allow researchers to use those concepts to tag their research. That was an interesting finding. Although we didn't use a large data set, what we were able to realize was that many concepts were added in Agrovoc a bit late, given the fact that those concepts were found in literature earlier than their initial introduction. So this means that in order to use Agrovoc to tag publications and other kinds of data, there might be an inconsistency because of the fact that new concepts have been introduced, but those concepts were not timely added in Agrovoc in order to allow people to use them for tagging purposes. So this means that new concepts in Agrovoc appear to be added not on a base of their frequency appearing in literature. And to further support this statement, you can see here a graph showing what is the number of new concepts being added in Agrovoc through the course of time. You can see a huge peak in 2018. From the 40,000-something number of concepts in Agrovoc, almost 27,000 of them were introduced in 2011. Before 2011 and after 2011, the annual number of concepts being added per year is much lower. However, you can see that from 2011 and on, there is a more, let's say, more activity in terms of adding new concepts there. So having said all that, what is the problem and which are the research questions? We have developments in the domain of agriculture running fast on one hand, and on the other hand, we need to timely capture those developments in such knowledge representation structures in order to keep them up to date and deliver scientists with a construct that could be readily used. Our research questions relate to the two main goals of our research. Research question number one, how can we extract concepts from text, and from those concepts found in text, recommend new concepts to be added in Agrovoc? And research question number two, having done that, how can we link those recommended new concepts in Agrovoc in order to come up with an updated structure? This diagram shows the concept of our research in a nutshell. On the left side of the slide, you can see an instance, a version of Agrovoc available at a specific time point, and on the right side, you can see a text corpus that spans within a time frame starting from time point T and covering a number of years. So the essence is to apply natural language processing methods to extract concepts from text. In this case, we will come across concepts that already exist in Agrovoc, but also concepts that are not there. So from those concepts not already in Agrovoc, the idea is to extract and recommend new concepts to be added and make recommendations about where those new concepts should be added. And this is how we are approaching this concept. I will not go into many details. I will just say that at the bottom of this diagram, you can take a look at the technologies we intend to use. In essence, the two boxes represent the two main phases of our research and, in essence, the two main experiments. At this moment, we are currently working on phase 1, which has to do with the extraction of agricultural concepts from text. And this is what I'm going to tell you a few things about and close my presentation. A few months ago, we ran an initial experiment using a library of the Python programming language named Spacey, which is used for named entity recognition purposes. The experiment was a baseline experiment. In essence, we used two components of the Spacey library intended to be used for named entity recognition and the default architectures of their components, plus some baseline language models which are shipped together with Spacey. We used 617 abstracts from the Agris database, which is another project of FAO going hand in hand with Agrovoc, to train our model. And as you can see in the table at the bottom of the slide, the results we have got are baseline results, but in essence, we did this experiment to figure out what are the challenges in trying to identify concepts from text. In this experiment, we used a team of human annotators to label text. I mean, they mostly were responsible for finding mentions of agricultural concepts of text and label them so. However, what we realized was that there was a great degree of vagueness and subjectivity in what a human considers as an agricultural concept. And this had an impact on the performance of such a model trying to find agricultural terms in text. Currently, and this is the last point I'm going to make, we have extended our experiments and we have used some more advanced technologies, namely transformers and BERT, which is based on the transformers technology in order to undertake various natural language processing tasks. We have used different variations of BERT, which have been compared with XLNet, another model also used for natural language processing. As you can see, there is a variation of BERT relating to agriculture, the agriculture BERT model. In this case, we did not use a human annotation team to label text with agricultural concepts, but we used Agrovoc as the supplier of agricultural concept labels, and we did an automated labeling of text. We used a larger data set consisting of 10,000 sentences from Agris. 8,000 of them were used for training, the rest of them for validation and testing purposes. And as far as our experimental setup is concerned, our optimization algorithm has been stochastic gradient descent. We have experimented with different learning rates and a dropout rate of 0.35. Of course, the performance of our model has been measured using precision recall and F1 score. However, for the purpose of our research and given what we are trying to do, we also measured the capacity of our tool to identify new concepts, novel concepts in text, concepts that were not seen during the training process. The results are way better. It was very happy to figure out that the agriculture BERT model performs the best. The only exception to this rule is that in terms of recall, the SciBERT model is a variation of BERT that has been pre-trained on scientific text and has been the basis for the agriculture BERT model as well. So the recall of SciBERT was a bit better than the recall of agriculture BERT. But however, you can see in the second table that agriculture BERT was way better in identifying novel concepts in text in comparison to its competitors. In the last table, it is important to see that the second best performance was not achieved by SciBERT, but rather from the baseline version of BERT, which is trained on mainstream text. What is next? Our next steps is to further improve the performance of the agriculture BERT model by trying to infuse some semantics in it related to the domain of agriculture, and of course proceed to the second step in our research, which has to do with extracting recommendations about where these new concepts have to be added and how we can link them to existing ones. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Panutsopoulos. Very interesting work indeed, especially the results that you showed in the end about the accuracy of the predictions are especially promising.
Thank you. I hope I stayed in time. I had some slides, but I wanted to tell a coherent story, so apologies if I used more time.
It's okay. We're glad to hear about it. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, probably we'll be waiting for the next phase of the experiment, of the research.
I will be glad. It will be my pleasure to present it to you.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
We're moving on to another online presentation from our colleague in Turkey, Nazan Koluman. She will present the sustainability of small ruminant production in rural areas of Eastern Mediterranean region of Turkey. Good morning, Nazan. Nazan, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning. Hi from Turkey. Today I will present our case study findings on small ruminant sustainability in rural areas of Mediterranean region. And the special attributes of farm animals make them particularly important in rural resource-poor communities compared on other domestic ruminants include ability of graze and utilize a wide range of poor quality forages and browse, efficient utilization of marginal lands, and it makes small ruminants important in such areas. And animal products are main incomes and main consumptions of the household in these areas. The animal farming is one of the most important agricultural sectors for smallholder farmers, and it plays a fundamental role in their daily incomes and self-sufficient as well as food security. And the aim of the study is determine sustainability and resilience of livestock production in rural areas of Eastern Mediterranean part of Turkey. As seen in the slides, we conduct the study in highland of the Adana district of Turkey, and we worked on 4 towns, 8 villages, and totally 100 questions were completed. As seen in figure, we use experimental design of qualitative surveys and interviews as primary data with supporting data of small ruminant sector as indicated in figure. And all
Nazan, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. Okay.
All data used in survey were collected by face-to-face methods, and farmers were selected and classified for their flock size. And before starting the brief interview, the brief information was given on aim of the study with the march of each villages. Thus, we asked 36 questions. And for the village into overview survey, 20 questions regarding two different topic. As a result, as seen in the figure, the farmers are very old, and almost most part of them older than 50 years old. And only 20% of them less than 30 years old. Because they are lack of some infrastructure, and most of them get their income from especially crop production. Because they give up to raise animals because of the politic and socio-economical aspects of the area. The most animal keepers give up animal production due to input price, especially feed, restricted grassland areas, and market problems after pandemic. Turkish culture and traditions play important role in rural society and direct influence small ruminant raising and marketing. Most of the farms were family managed. This is the same findings of our studies. The member of whole family took part in agriculture production, particularly women and teenagers, especially girls, were responsible for almost all agricultural activities of the works. And this is also interesting. Women were working in especially goat activities, almost 4 hours a day in average. Except this, they deal with cattle production and crop production, then etc. The woman responsible all processing, not only milk processing, all processing in the household, and the husbands are only take decision in these areas, and it's expected that the woman as unpaid family labor when small ruminant activities are performed on home consumption. I want to mention a little bit economical and technical factors. Some herds which had been raised under semi-intensive system had higher yield than the others, but the area, the animal production is based on extensive system, and mortality rate is very less because they are raised local animals. That's why they are resistant to all kind of disease, and they prefer the Saldayan milk as cheese because of high income opportunity, and they sometimes use concentrates, especially in winter time, and they flocks were grazed in natural forages from March to November. If the weather is good, they send their animals to nature grazing, but the area is not looking like grassland. There is a lot of oak trees and shrubs. They are used for feedstuffs. This is an environmental problem for this area. And also, they share agriculture has relative decrease in GNP and total exportation. Agriculture still keep importance due to high rates of the active population in sector and employment and its direct relationship with nutrition. Recently, Turkey has become a net importer of livestock products and increasingly dependent on world markets. This is a pity for us. While productivity has risen over the last decade and government's protective measures have not resulted significant production. And we asked some question regarding to the climate change, and almost all farmers declared that their effects to changing climates, and they realize that especially the atmosphere temperature is increased, and it is influenced the animal production, especially the reproduction period. And also, some of them change their processing methods. They give up to cheese fermentation, use soil and the other traditional methods for fermentation. As a conclusion, this study represents an important step for better understanding the animal production systems in East Mediterranean part of Turkey. It is obviously clear that productivity per animal should be improved with new breed in this area. Moreover, grazing must be planned in this area. It has to be emphasized here that small ruminant production is essential for this area. People living in this area don't have any other alternative for sake of life. The future development of livestock farming systems in mountainous area of East Mediterranean part of Turkey in terms of intensive systems will largely depend on the application of modern management strategies, especially for planning and monitoring functions, together with political and financial adjustment. Moreover, educational studies should be started, it's important at this area, at utmost priority right away. People should be knowledge on new technologies, especially for changing to adapt and decrease vulnerabilization of the climate change. And lastly, the economic significance of livestock and research into their uniqueness should increasingly be a priority in this area for sustainability of rural development. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Nazan. I noticed that the situation in Turkey, at least in mountainous regions, is more or less the same with the situation in Greece, at least for dairy sheep farming. I would like to ask you, we've noticed that farmers are aging, as you said, the age of farmers. Do you think that in the next years there is any possibility that any new young farmers will join?
It depends on policy. If we don't support the young people to go back their home city or the villages, it's not easy to continue this area to animal production, especially because you know that it's very difficult and they don't earn any money.
Indeed, and it will be also difficult to adopt new technologies if no young
Yeah,
farmers will join.
Yeah.
Are there any questions
It's
from the audience?
expensive. It's expensive. What could be?
Yes. Any questions from the audience for Nazan? Nazan, no, we do not have any more questions. Thank you a lot for your contribution here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's move on to Mrs. Georgia Papoutsi. She will present the consumer preferences for animal welfare labeling on feta cheese.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Georgia Papoutsi. I'm a researcher in Agricultural Economics Research Institute. I will present you a more economic paper than what we have heard. It's a joint paper with one of my former students, Pantelis Noulas, and it is entitled Consumer Preferences for Animal Welfare Labeling on feta cheese. So, a few words, just introduction about the present system of animal agriculture is criticized to be unsustainable, especially livestock breeding, among other things, cause damage to the environment and stress to animals. Thus, more and more farms feel the need to adopt sustainable practices in their production processes. However, these practices comes with extra production costs, which most of the times end to us, the consumers. Thus, it is crucial to investigate whether consumers are willing to pay a premium for all these practices. And not only if they are willing to pay a premium price, but if this price is high enough to cover all these additional marginal cost that is associated with these animal welfare practices. In marketing, an effective tool that can help retailers and farmers to inform consumers regarding these animal-friendly practices is labeling. A welfare certification label. This certification scheme guarantees that animals are raised under good housing and feeding conditions and can express natural behavior. So the aim of this study is to uncover consumer preferences and willingness to pay for this label. So specifically, we elicit consumer willingness to pay value for an animal welfare label, and we will identify whether demographic or attitudinal characteristics of consumers can affect these estimates. So about our methodology, the data was gathered during personal interviews in supermarket areas of Attica during November 19, and the final sample consisted of 200 random selected consumers, with the only criteria being the age, being over 18 years old. Why we chose feta cheese? For three different reasons. So the first one is that the dairy industry has been blamed for several ethical issues. The second is that feta cheese is considered an important fresh product, not only because of the supply, but from the demand as well. And finally, it is an agricultural product that can be sold in packages. Thus, a label can be attached to a package, which is crucial in marketing. So the questionnaire was split in three parts. The first one applied the contingent valuation method. So first of all, we asked about the prior knowledge of consumers about this label. But we provided information to all of them, either they knew or not, about what is the animal welfare certification in order everybody to have the same reference information before answering the valuation question. In order to reveal their real preferences with the necessary precision and minimize any hypothetical bias in the willingness to pay estimates, we applied all the methodology that is published in the literature, so it's chip-talk script. We combine it with a budget constraint reminder and a consequentiality script, and then the hypothetical question followed. So we asked consumers if they were willing to pay a specific amount of euros over the market price of the conventional feta cheese. The prices we asked them was 4 different prices, 30, 60, 90, and €1.20. When the research was done, the average market price of feta cheese, the conventional, was €4.50. These prices were selected based on historical prices of feta cheese with different certification. We don't have in Greece yet an animal welfare label on feta cheese, so these prices were based on bio and pop and that kind of labeling, as well as feedback we received from the pilot survey. So the bids were varied on a between subject basis. So we have 4 treatments. Each one had one price, the one price from the above. So each treatment received 50 responses. The second part was about consumer preference of feta cheese, let's say frequency of consumption, type of feta cheese consumed, and others, and attitudinal characteristics of the consumer based on validated scales, such as the social desirability bias scale and ethical consciousness. And the final part was demographics, variables known to everyone. So let's see some of the results. The profile of our sample, about gender, it was counterbalanced with an age of almost 40 years old, and a mean family size of 3 members. Most of them hold a university degree and has an average net income. Most of them was a primary shopper in the family, and almost 60% buy unpacked feta cheese. We also check whether randomization was successful among treatments. Most of the observable characteristics are balanced, as you see, but unfortunately we do reject to the null hypothesis of no difference for the gender. So before we continue with the econometrics, let's see some of the descriptive analysis. First of all, we see that consumers of our sample are willing to pay extra money for this label. As we see, we have 71% of positive responsive and almost 29 negative responses. So comparing the positive responses of our sample, we see a decline when the bid amount increases. The bid amount is on the basis, as we said, 30 cents, 60 cents, 80 cents, 90 cents, and €1.20. So this is consistent with the principle of basic economics. And the amazing thing is that there is a significant percentage of subjects, we see almost 50% and above, that they state that they are willing to pay the price of €1.20 when they were asked. This price is almost a 27% increase in price of the conventional feta cheese. So whoever refused to buy a feta cheese with this label, we asked them why, and we see that most of them declared that they have a limited income and they cannot pay for such labels and certification schemes. But it is interesting that there is a percentage that they say that they don't believe in such certifications, or they believe that the state should pay for all this difference in the prices. At the econometric analysis, given the nature of the dependent variable, we use an interval regression model. Results show that women are more willing to pay for these labels. So it's interesting for marketeers where they want to target. It's like 20 cents more than men they're willing to pay. People that they were familiar with these labels prior the provision of information are willing to pay 30 cents more for this label than people who don't know what is an animal welfare label. And then whoever from the consumers are ethically minded during their consumption behavior has a tendency to buy with higher prices feta cheese with animal welfare. And we see that price sensitivity has a positive effect in the purchase decision. Using the predicted values from the econometric model, we can estimate the mean willingness to pay in the market. So we conclude that we see the blue star. So the 50% of the subjects in the market, we see that they can buy the feta cheese with animal welfare label in the price of 120 cents. We said that this is a 27% increase in the market price of conventional food. But the interesting is the green star, which shows that there is a 20% almost in the market share that is willing to pay a 33% over the price of the conventional one. This can be a niche market, and it is interesting for farmers, consistent with their production costs. To summarize, results indicate a positive response towards this label. The average willingness to pay premium is 27% increase above the conventional price in the market. Willingness to pay for feta cheese is affected by gender, prior knowledge of the label. ethical consciousness during purchasing decision, and food price sensitivity. It would be interesting to test all this in more consumers and more products. I'm pretty sure that if we had a greater sample, this price would be not so high. The most interesting for me, and I'm calling your help here, is to find which is the extra production cost associated with these practices in order to see if this willingness to pay price is high enough to cover this production cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot for your presentation. We do hope that this is something that it can also help farmers towards being more welfare-friendly towards the animals. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. My name is Georgos Dinas from Elgo Dimitra. We're working also with carbon fruit labeling, and this label we saw that we saw your presentation that 72 or 78% are saying that they're willing to pay.
Yes.
And we noticed that when we ask them with a microphone, they will say, yes, I'm willing. So do you think that we can, or I think you have a method and you can tell us a little bit more about on the blind system, like when you leave the product with the extra price next to one that does not have this price and does not have this label, are they doing it, are they actually saying 78%, yes, I will do it? Are they buying it? Or because we noticed with another label, in tomatoes, for example, that when it's blind and nobody's there, the basket with the cheap tomatoes was empty, and nobody, even though we were expecting to be at least half-half, when nobody sees them, they say, yes, I'm caring about the environment, I'm environmental friendly, but then they say, oh, okay, I will buy the cheap. And the cheap basket was empty, and the other was actually almost full. So how can we include these in a method to have this knowledge? Because the producer is going to invest on this, and then he wants from us what you said about the price to have, not to be certain, but to have a higher level of certainty if he's going to do it.
Okay, great, thanks. There are two, let's say, methods, greater part of methods. So it's the real experiments and the hypothetical experiments. This is a hypothetical experiment, and we use a specific methodology that minimizes the consumer's hypothetical bias. We cannot say that we made it zero, but with the specific methodology, we minimize it. So it's a percentage close to reality. But if we had a greater sample, and not only 200 consumers, this percentage would be lower. So it's not the methodology that it's not right, but we need greater samples. If you ask me as Georgia, I would suggest that the best method you can use is the real economic experiments. I have done this, and we have compared a real experiment with hypothetical experiment for the same label, and we find a difference in the price willingness to pay estimates about 20% lower. So if we find, let's say, €1.20 here, it might be, let's say, 90 cents in the real experiment. In the real experiment, we ask consumers to buy this time. So that's why is what you say. You have to buy now, you have to pay me in order to take this label or the conventional one. That is why we find a lower willingness to pay. But we cannot reject this methodology. It's not like asking, okay, what are you thinking? Are you going to buy? Yes, everybody. No, we follow the specific methodology which minimize all this hypothetical bias. But I insist that if the sample was larger, this price wouldn't be so high. I can hear you, but I don't know the rest.
What is interesting for us also is to see on the positive, the analysis on the positive results, to see the categories of the people, about
Yes.
the educational level, about the income, because in
Yes,
this
we
case,
can do that.
Yeah, in this
We
case
can form a profile of the consumer that is willing to pay the average price we state here.
So
but it's a short paper, so I didn't present all this.
Thank you very much. In any case, congratulations. A great work for us, and we can find ways to collaborate, I think.
Great.
Thank you. We're a little bit back in time, so if I see there is another small and quick question. Okay.
Thank you. Did you investigate also the profile of people who don't want to pay the extra amount? Because I was really impressed by the percentage of people who say that the state should pay for the extra amount.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you asked, but it was like 22% of the 30 people who refused to...
Who are they?
Who are they? The profile of them? I didn't search that. It's an easy task to do, to find the profile of those who have refused, but I didn't do that for this research. Okay? Because we are more interested in who are willing to pay, not who are refusing to pay. But yes, of course, next time.
Thank you a lot.
Thanks.
Let's move on to the last presentation for this session. It will be done by Panagiotis Papadakos. Towards creating a customized wine story for engagement and transparency.
Can we have it full screen? Oh, okay. So I am Panagiotis Papadakos, a postdoc researcher at 4th ICS, and I'm going to present you a platform that we have created, the Message in a Bottle platform, which offers wine stories, engaging wine stories. So the motivation of our work is there is a need for transparency, so we want consumers to buy safe, healthy, sustainable, and fair food products and wines. So towards this goal, we have to integrate a lot of heterogeneous data, including data related to wine production, but also data related to wine labels, such as cultural data or data about the producer. So a nice way to offer this kind of information is through storytelling, which is an approach that is used a lot in wineries as a touristic attraction, but it's not offered in online services. So we have created the Message in a Bottle platform, which is a multilingual REST service oriented backend that offers access to all the data that we want to offer to our users. And we have created 5 mobile-friendly and platform-agnostic, since they are web-based applications that are used by consumers and administrators. And all this information is offered to our users through a simple QR code. So this is our data model, the base actors of our story. The most important one is the label and all the information that is around the label, like its specific bottle, the awards of a label, the varieties of, etc. But also information about producers, sustainability, meteorological data, food, because we have a recommendation application, etc. So our basic application is the main application, which is the basic website that offers the storytelling experience over the Lirarakis wine labels. So in order to get there, the user has just to scan the QR code that is on top of the bottle, and he will get into the website, and there is a story to unfold about each specific label. And also this specific application offers is a gateway to all the other applications that we have implemented. So here you can see some screenshots of the main website. This is about a specific label, Liatico Agilis. And here are some general data, but also we have information about the producer, about the winemaking diaries, and also about meteorological data, etc. The second application that we have developed is the Le Sommelier application, which is a recommendation system that allows users to pair wines with dishes, but also the opposite. And also, we allow even groups of dishes. So if we have 2 or 3 persons and want one wine, we can recommend a specific wine. So here we use some logical rules to model some expert knowledge about the dishes and the wines. And we use reasoning and also offer some kind of textual explanations about the recommendations that we propose. So here you can see one wine, which is Plitó Psarades. We see some properties of the wine that we consider in our rules, like the type, the body, acidity, tannins, etc. And then we have some recommendations and the explanations, and also the users can also see some recipes about these dishes. Also, the opposite can be done, so our users can select specific dishes, and then we can recommend, even for groups of dishes, some wines based on the properties of the dishes. The third application is the authenticity application. This is an application that allows the users to check if a bottle is authentic or not. This is done by some stickers that are opaque and peelable, and we have 2 QR codes, one private and one public. And if they have to scan the 2 QR codes, and if they match, then this is a valid, an authentic bottle. Else, this is a counterfeit bottle, and we allow the users to enter information about where they bought this bottle, so the winery can learn where in the world they might have counterfeit products. And this is an approach that could possibly be gamified, so we can offer rewards since it is based on crowdsourcing. The fourth application is augmented reality applications. So here the idea is to use another channel, the augmented reality, for a more engaging presentation of our stories. So what we have done is that we have created some digital labels that the user, we can depict on top of the real label by tracking the label. Okay, and we also plan in the future to create some AR games using this technology for the winery. So here you can see how image tracking is done. We have to extract some features from each label, and then we have to monitor these features in the real world so we can depict the virtual label on top of the real one. This is a difficult problem because there are a lot of different things that can happen. The labels must have enough features by themselves to be easily trackable. Also, lighting conditions can affect our performance. And also, this has to be done real time because we have the user with a camera tracking the wine, and we have to depict on top of the wine the label. So here you can see, at the right, you can see our current prototype. We have developed a lot of prototypes using different technologies, but the last one is using the WebXR standard, which is it's not stable now. It's still under development, but this standard will allow users with a plain web browser to use augmented reality service. So that's why we are using this approach. Finally, there is another application, which is the admin UI that lets the administrators add information about the wines. And also we offer an exploratory service, which you can see at the left, where they can see any information about counterfeit bottles that the platform has information from around the world. So regarding the value of our platform, about the users, they enjoy awareness, they learn more things about the wine labels. We offer traceability, security, recommendations and recipes, and also engaging augmented reality experience. And regarding the wine enterprise, they can offer easily transparency and food security about their products. They can offer engaging presentation of their products, and also we have already modeled a lot of data, so they can use our approach to model their data. So this can result in customer loyalty and increase the market share of the wineries. So this is a product that we plan to go into the market through the Lira Rakis winery, which is a partner of the project, along with Fourth and Baked. And this platform is easily extensible, and we can add new features like the new rules from the EU about adding nutritional facts about the wines on the label. So that was it. Any questions?
Thank you. Very interesting presentation and application for wine. Any questions? Okay, thank you. So this is the end of this session. Let's move on to the coffee break.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Alexandros Theodoridis. I will be the chair for the next session, but before we proceed with the presentation of the studies of this session, I would like to have 1 minute to present you a special issue. You are all familiar with the, I believe that you are all familiar with the Sustainability Journal. Me and Dr. Rangos are editing a special issue which is related to sustainable livestock production and management. Sustainability is indexed in Scopus, and the new impact factor for 2021 is 3.9. And the aim of this special issue is to bring together contributions from a wide range of disciplines related, of course, to sustainable livestock production. Here you can see the research areas that can be included in this, sorry? Okay. Sorry. Here you can see the research areas that are included in this special issue. And you are all welcome to submit your manuscripts to this special issue. You can find more information in the MDPI site, but also in the HAICTA 2022 website. Okay, so you are all welcome to submit your studies, not only those presented in HAICTA, but anything that you believe that is related to this special issue. Okay, thank you very much. So, I don't know if you have anything else to add?
No, thank you very much for saying everything.
All right. So we'll proceed with our presentation of session 8. And I would like to call Professor Fotidis for his presentation.
Είναι βαριά η παρουσίαση, δεν φορτώνει. Ναι, όχι καλά. If you can hear me, I will start by immediately saying I want to thank the guys that they are dealing with all the electronics here. I'm sorry for making your life a little bit more difficult. Good morning, my name is Ioannis Fotidis. I'm an assistant professor in the Ionian University in the Department of Environment and a visiting professor in the Southeast University of China in the Department of Civil Engineering. Today I'm going to try to address and provide hopefully a solution to two major things, major problems that we have in agricultural and environmental and in the environment. And if my presentation goes up there, I will make the transition and say which are those two major problems we have. But you have to wait for that. Όταν την έδωσα εγώ ήταν τέλεια. Okay. I will try to start introducing it a little bit. The solution I'm going to provide is not going to be a solution that we have tried to give inside the lab or in the screen of a computer. Our solution directly out of the gate, it's going to be a pilot scale solution that we wanted to be TRL6, TRL7 level. So what we have done, it happened inside an industrial environment in the island of Cyprus, where my collaborators, the Technological University of Cyprus, are situated. And we used a hybrid, a combined anaerobic reactor, together with a crystallization unit and some other elements that we don't have time to explain, in order to take animal waste and make with that a high-quality fertilizer, biofertilizer. Okay. This is what I can say without people seeing my presentation. That's about it. After that, I can start singing, but let me inform you about the exits. It's one there and one there. You have 3 seconds before I start singing. One, you need to start running, by the way. The story of my life, always problems. Γιατί φορτώνω, δεν μπορώ να κάνω. Όχι, αυτοί τα ελέγχουν κεντρικά. Αυτά είναι απλά... Έχουμε κάνει κάτι. Ναι, αγορίνα μου, τι θέλεις. So, as I said, we have 2 major issues. The first is livestock waste. You can see here that, give or take, annually we have 1.4 billion, with a B, animal waste produced in the European Union of the 28. We don't like Great Britain anymore, so kick them out, 27. And I have here with red that 90% of them it's efficiently treated. This is code for not treated whatsoever in real life. And they're being disposed as they are. And when we're talking about animal waste, we are talking about a lot of organic carbon and a lot of nutrients. It depends on which animal, what waste, and all of that. But this is the general story. At the same time, I was talking yesterday with some agriculturists here in the evening, in the dinner last night, and we were talking about the prices of the conventional fertilizers, that they are going to double or triple this year because of the war and all the restrictions. When it comes to phosphorus and nitrogen, probably if you are in the general vicinity of the agricultural sector, you know we have a lot of issues with this. First of all, phosphorus, we take it from phosphate rock, and it's a source that it's depleting very, very rapidly. And second, nitrogen, you have heard about losses of nitrogen, eutrophication, and all of this. I'm not going to go deeper. So what can we do? If we combine these guys, if we find a way to combine these guys in order to take the nutrients, get rid of the carbon, the organic carbon, and produce struvite, which is a crystalline phosphate mineral, which has the ability to give the nutrients, to release the nutrients very, very slowly, and it has some other benefits, advantages, then I think we are in a good start, in a good point. How can we do that? Anaerobic digestion. What anaerobic digestion does, if it takes place properly, it's reducing all the organic carbon, it's producing energy, and at the end, theoretically, you have something that you can use to produce struvite, which is a fertilizer, a very good fertilizer. Okay, anaerobic digestion, quickly, because probably some of you don't know, it's a very, very well-known process. For many, many years, there are millions, tens of millions of different anaerobic reactors across the globe. Some of them, of course, they are bigger than others, but they are serving us really, really well. When it comes to what really is anaerobic digestion, it's a biological process where on the top you have complex organic polymers, and through microbiological activity, bacteria and archaea, you can produce a gas, a biogas that has methane in it. And of course, the liquid part of this case, it's called digestate, and this is a liquid part that has you can decrease a lot the COD content. So, in order to achieve efficiency in this process, you need to monitor, control all of the above. And in our case, okay, and in our case, we need that. We need high-quality digestate in order to be able to produce high-quality struvite. Okay. And what does that mean? It means that in this project we had two aims. First of all, anaerobic digestion with high efficiency, as high as possible, and of course, crystallization of the struvite with high efficiency, purity, and all the characteristics that the legislation of the European Union requires for this kind of fertilizers. Okay, I will sit here, I cannot see anything. And of course, the novelty is that we do it for the first time and we do it in an industrial relatable level. How we do it? We have set up in Cyprus, you know the country of Cyprus, it's a big island. We have set up what you see in the front is the whole installation of the reactor, and what you can see behind is the full-scale biogas plant that is next to it, and the pig stack where we took our animal waste. We used, this is technical stuff for people that they know, we used inoculum that it came from the big reactor in the back. We used substrate, which was 100% pig slurry, and then we used a type of operation of the reactor, which is fairly common worldwide, in order to have the anaerobic digestion take place. And this is the whole setup. And what I want you to really remember from here is that our main reactor, the anaerobic reactor, is a little bit shy of 7 cubic meters. And we have everything in the same installation. We have also the production of struvite, cleaning of the gases, cleaning of the water, combusting of the remaining solid part of the anaerobic digestion. So we practically have 0 greenhouse emissions in this. And we have 5 major products. I'm not going to go into details on that because they are not relevant for what I want to say today. So what happened? Did we have an efficient anaerobic digestion? Yes, we did. We practically achieved a little bit shy of 90% of reduction of COD, which practically means that all the available organic carbon to the microbes was digested. Whatever is being left, it's not accessible from the microbes. And we reduced the total solids of our waste above 85%. This is typical of a well-performing anaerobic digestion. And when it comes about other parameters that verify that our process was healthy and well efficient, of course, there are the VFA and the pH levels that indicate a very, very healthy anaerobic digestion process. Now, struvite. we have the digestate from this process, the liquid product of anaerobic digestion. And we went through all these steps, and in order to have struvite, we need to put magnesium, to mix magnesium 1-to-1 with phosphorus. And after all these steps, we ended up with this struvite. And since we had tons of this material, we ran it a few times for good measures, to be on the safe side. Okay. But as I said, okay, I will go one back. Somebody will see this brownish powder and will say, okay, I will tell you it's struvite, but how do we know that it is struvite and what kind of struvite it is? What is the quality of it? So we want bananas, and we took the European legislation about what are the quality and quantity characteristics of solid fertilizers, biofertilizers. We ran all the analysis about everything, and our results was that 99%, it was between 90 and 99%. Remember, we made many runs, many different runs. We fine-tuned the process, and then we managed to take 99% pure struvite. Low heavy metals below the limits that, the upper limits that it's allowed in the European Union. Very good. No carcinogens. It's nice to know that you don't add in the plants and in your food carcinogens through the fertilizer. No pathogens. Now, when it comes to the nutrients, because what we did is we took the nutrients from the waste and put it back in a fertilizer, in high quality fertilizer. You can see the nitrogen and the phosphorus, which are the main players here, but at the same time you can see the regulation of what are the minimum requirements in order to have organomineral fertilizer. Above 2.5%, by the way, it's one or the other. And we have two of them 5-fold or 6-fold higher than the minimum requirements. And at the same time, we have low sodium. I just put it there for the agriculturists that we don't like sodium, of course, in our plants. What was the efficiency of that? We managed to take almost 78% of the available nitrogen in the animal waste and have it in the struvite, and more than 95% of phosphorus. So we recovered the nutrients in a very, very, very high efficiency. And I'm not going to keep talking more. I will just come back to our conclusions. Here you can see same microscopy, the crystallization, very typical for struvite. We had high biogas yields, almost 90%, high removal of total solids and high recovery of nutrients. We didn't have any pathogens, we didn't have any heavy metals or all of that. And of course, let's remember at the same time that this process yielded a high quality compost, which is not presented here, but it was one of the byproducts of the process. I would like to acknowledge my colleagues in Cyprus, Professor Maria Antoniou and Dr. Nomiki Kalikazaru. And of course, to tell you that now we have a new project, which is the continuation of that. And on the top of what I just presented, we also clean fresh water from cyanobacteria blooms, which they are very, very toxic organisms that produce very high toxicity toxins and make drinking water undrinkable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Fotidis, for this comprehensive presentation. Are there any questions? No? May I ask something? Do you have an estimation regarding the cost of this installation in a conventional farm, let's say?
No.
No, okay.
No, but it's a very typical process. It doesn't require, I mean, if I don't like guessing, but anaerobic digestion, it works next door. What we have done is we had the pilot and we just added all the ultrafiltration, filtration, all of these steps that I didn't want to bother people. So all of this is technology existing.
All right.
And at the end, we produce Struvite. When it comes to Struvite, economically makes sense. And if the prices of the conventional fertilizers is what I've been told yesterday they are going to be this year, then probably it's the only thing that makes sense.
Okay.
But of course, I cannot say it exactly for that.
All right, all right. And I assume that this cost may be covered under a support scheme from European Union, or I mean, maybe it's subsidized and covered by.
I'm not an expert in legislation.
Yeah.
I'm only doing the science. I leave that to the other people.
All right. Thank you very much. So we'll proceed with the next presentation. So I would like to call Yannis Marketakis.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
All right, okay, so sorry. Hello.
Okay, so good morning to the conference members. My name is Yannis Marketakis. I'm a research and development engineer in the Foundation of Research and Technology in Greece. And today I will present you our work about the reconciliation framework for the integration of stocks and fisheries. Of course, this is a joint work between me and Professor Yannis Zizikas from Fourth, and colleagues from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, namely Aureliano Gentile, Bracken van Niekerk, and Mark Taconet. This is the outline of my presentation. I will start by introducing some basic concepts of our work. Then I will describe the motivation and the problems that forced us to implement the reconciliation framework, and I will conclude with some thoughts. And first, let's start with the basics. So, what are stocks? Stocks are actually groups of individual species caught in a well-defined special area. For example, sardines in the Mediterranean Sea or swordfish in the Mediterranean Sea. Well, fisheries refer to the activity that lead to the harvesting of these stocks, and they include, among others, the equipment that was used for harvesting those species, the management authorities that are operating those fisheries, and many other things. Today, there are different organizations that are responsible for collecting, reporting, and assessing information about stocks and fisheries at different levels, either regional, national, or local levels. But the problem lies in the fact that there is no interoperability between those different organizations and their knowledge bases. For example, there are no common vocabularies or common standards about how they will describe particular things. For example, are they going to use specific coding systems for identifying their species, their areas, their fishing gears? All these things have not been globally agreed between those stakeholders. And this is what we try to do with the global record of stocks and fisheries, which is a large-scale project started almost 6 or 7 years ago. And what we do in global record of stocks and fisheries, for short GRSF, is that we collate information and semantically integrate information from different data sources, providing information about stocks and fisheries. Currently, we integrate information from 3 sources, FAO, firms, RAM, and fishers. And at the bottom part, you can see the workflow that is used for constructing this record. But let's see the problem that forced us to implement the reconciliation framework. What we have seen is that when we actually collate and semantically integrate information, we see that particular information about particular terms is not expressed in a common way. For example, as regards species, we have seen stocks and fisheries reporting their information with respect to different schemes. For example, in the first figure, you can see a marine species which is identified by its scientific name and its code with respect to ASFIS. And the second part, we have a species with its identifier with respect to AFIA, its AFIA ID, and its common name in English, and so on. But if we look closely and we try to combine information that we see in these species, we can identify that all of them refer to the same species that uses different identifiers with respect to different coding schemes to describe exactly the same thing. the species, the Atlantic cod species, as we call it in its common name in English. So this is the purpose behind the reconciliation framework. And here you can see the model for the framework. It's pretty simple. And it says that whenever we want to reconcile a term, we have to identify its identifiers. It can have a preferred identifier and one or more alternative identifiers. And each identifier should refer to a system or a type and should have an index. And we can also have additional information about these terms that are not identifiable information, but we just want to keep them. And on the lower part, you can see how we populate the model with respect to the previous example. But we will see more details about how we will populate it in a step-by-step basis later on. So let's see how we will build this model and how the workflow works for the case of species, of reconciling species. So before executing the reconciliation framework, we defined that as regards species, we identify that the information, the piece of information that can be used as identifiers are the ASFIS code of the species, the AFIA ID, the fish space ID, the TSN ID, and the scientific name of the species, only those. And we also identify the order of significance of each identifier, meaning that if a species has an ASFIS ID and a scientific name, we will prefer the ASFIS ID. It's a more preferred identifier. And as additional information about the species, we use the common name and the genus. So when we construct the global record and we first encounter a species that has a scientific name and a code in ASFIS, we search the already populations of the model, and we see that we haven't seen this species yet. So we actually create a new instance of the model, and we say that, okay, we saw a new term for species that has this identifier and this scientific name. Now, when we again see another species that has the same scientific name but another fish base ID, we spot this term because of the scientific name, and we just enhance it with a new identifier. So we just enhance this with a fish space ID. And as we see more and more information about this, we extend this particular instance of the term. And we end up with this map. So although we have seen 4 different occurrences of the same species with different identifiers, at the end, we have a very rich graph that actually groups all of them together. And for the application of the global record of stocks and fisheries, in particular, we apply this reconciliation framework for reconciling species using the information that I mentioned before, fishing areas, fishing gears that refer to the equipment that are used, flag states, and the management authorities. And in this table, you can see the preferred identifiers in each case and the alternative identifiers with their order of significance. So to sum up, what we have implemented is a framework, a reconciliation framework that facilitates the construction of semantic data graphs. It is very efficiently because it compares and locates similar entities that use different identifiers. And although we are using it only for stocks and fisheries, the technical framework is generic enough and it can be used across other domains as well. And to close it, this work couldn't have been implemented without the support of large-scale infrastructure, and this has been implemented on top of the Blue Cloud project. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be more than happy to answer your questions if any.
Thank you, Mr. Marketakis. Are there any questions? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks again.
We will proceed with the next presentation. Actually, we will skip the next presentation because the presenter, Daniel Corujo, has not been connected yet. So we'll proceed with the next study, which will be presented by Karel Pent.
So, hello everyone. As introduced, my name is Karel Pent. I'm from Estonian University of Life Sciences, and the topic of my presentation is role of field crops in Estonian honey. The background of this story or this presentation is that in Estonia we have a lot of forests. It's one of the most forested country in Europe. But we also have a lot of agricultural land, and the fields are getting more and more bigger, and this means that we actually have less food or less diverse food for all kind of organisms, including pollinators. And the aim of this study was to identify the food availability and preferences for the honeybees in different landscapes. One is agricultural landscape, the natural environment, and also the urban environment. And also to assess the actual attractiveness of these preferred food plants. So this study is based on honey samples we collected in the summer of 2021. We had 60 collection sites over all Estonia. We collected each month the 60 samples. We had June, July, and August. And we collected one mixed sample per one group, which means that in one site we took honey from the 3 different hives. And then we got back pollen analysis, which show where the pollen is originated from. And the other part was the information about the land use, which we got from ARIB, which is Agricultural Registers and Information Board in Estonia. And from there we got information about the 3-kilometer radius land use and crops, what kind of crops are grown in this 3-kilometer radius. This 3-kilometer radius is considered to be the most optimal for pollinators and honeybees. That's why we chose it. We all know that there are some crops that are quite good for farmers and profitable, but also are quite good for pollinators, including honeybees. One of them is certainly rapeseed and turnip rapeseed. We had in this 3-kilometer radius and 60 collection sites, we had over 5,500 hectares of turnip rapeseed and rapeseed grown. And we found in June 32 samples that had the turnip rapeseed pollen in the honey. In July, we had less pollen found in these samples, 16 samples total. And in average, the distance from the colony groups to the field was 2.4 kilometers. And one was like a really interesting sample. We found that 49% of the pollen was originated from rapeseed or turnip rapeseed, but we didn't find any of the fields in this 3-kilometer radius that we chose. So we extended the radius and found that the nearest rapeseed field was actually 4.7 kilometers away. The other crop that is also really attractive for pollinators and honeybees is white clover. We had 92 hectares of it in the proximity. In June, we found 7 samples that had pollen also in the honey. In July, we had 48 samples, and if we remind that 60 was the total collected each month, then this 48 was quite an impressive result. In August, 7 samples, and this actually means that the fields had to be farther than 3 kilometers, or the pollen came from natural sources that are not really registered in ARIB registers. And 7 samples were those who had corresponding field. Those are brought out here in the table. And if we include other clovers like red clover, pink clover, and put it on a chart, then we can see that most of the fields didn't have reflecting pollen analysis on it, so the pollen from those fields didn't reach to the sample. The last crop that I will be talking about is buckwheat, more and more popular in Estonia, and 500 hectares of buckwheat was grown in this 3-kilometer radius of all groups. In June, we had 1 sample that had the buckwheat pollen in it. In July, we had 13 samples, and in August, 5 samples. And the average distance was 1.8 kilometers. But also, again, you can see that not all the fields didn't reflect on this pollen analysis in the honey. Now about the landscapes, we had 1 particular point that had 100% of the natural environment surrounding 3 kilometers. The nearest agricultural crop was actually 6 kilometers away, and the nearest turnip rapeseed field was 6.5 kilometers away. But we still found in July that there was turnip rapeseed and rapeseed pollen in the honey, which means the rapeseed is actually quite attractive, and the bees are willing to travel quite a long distance. Now the urban landscape, we had 2 sample groups in our capital, Tallinn. We know that there are no rapeseed fields or turnip rapeseed fields in 3-kilometer radius, but still we found rapeseed pollen in the honey. And we found out that the nearest field was about 5 to 6 kilometers away, again reflecting how attractive the rapeseed actually is. Now the predominantly agricultural landscape, we had 1 particular place where most of the land use was agricultural. There was bean, rye, wheat, turnip rapeseed, and other good foraging plants grown in this area. But like we see on this data, there's no agricultural crops in the pollen. So about the conclusions, the agricultural crops are important and attractive sources for honeybees. The rapeseed and turnip rapeseed attracts honeybees as far as 7 kilometers from the colony. In natural and urban landscapes, the agricultural crops are visited throughout the foraging season, and the distance between the field and honeybee colony is not in correlation with the pollen found in the honey. Basically, the point is that honeybees do not always go where we think they are going. Some acknowledgements, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Pend? Right. May I ask something? Because I know that I saw recently some reports that reveal a decline in pollinators. Which do you believe are the key drivers behind this decline in the populations of pollinators?
Actually, the decline is reported in quite decades now, but in case of managed honeybees, there are maybe even like opposite problem, that they are managed so well that they are pushing out the natural pollinators. This might be the one reason that they are competing with each other, and they don't have enough resources, like food resources or other.
Okay.
So one thought.
And something else, I saw in your figures you reported an R square that it's quite low. Is this normal, or did you expect something larger, a larger indicator?
We expected better results or larger, but it was what it was, and we have this year also the same study done, and if we get a bigger pool of data, then it would be better.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Now we'll proceed with our next presenter, which is Sophia Sauter. The title of the study is Animal-Specific Heat Stress in Dairy Cattle.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sophia Sauter, and our project is about animal-specific heat stress in dairy cattle. Okay. Due to climate change, the associated increase in temperature and high milk yield, dairy cows are increasingly exposed to heat-related stress situations. High metabolic performance of high-performance animals additionally shift their thermoneutral zones to lower temperatures. As you can see, the optimal temperature range of dairy cows depends on their milk yield. For example, a cow with 30 milk yield per day is the temperature about -2 to up to +10. Often, only climatic parameters such as the temperature-humidity index are used to assess the heat stress in dairy cattle. The graphic shows a correlation between temperature and humidity and the effect of stress on dairy cattle. As you can see, and the green ones are no heat stress, the yellow ones are mild stress, the orange ones are then moderate heat stress, and the red ones are severe heat stress. Different studies use animal-specific parameters for an earlier detection of heat stress. Like HAICTA identified the physiological parameters respiratory rate and body temperature for individual heat stress. In another study from HAICTA et al., the parameters rumination and locomotor activity showed as well a correlation to animal heat stress. For the detection of heat stress in dairy cattle, we used sensor systems like one automatic milking system, a weighing throws, pedometers, and Bowley, and one experimental farm. These sensors record behavior and performance data like milk yield, feeding behavior, body temperature. For the reference system, we recorded the respiratory rate, visual on the summer month in 2021 at 12 focal animals, and in 22 at 24 focal animals. The respiratory rate was counted once per hour for 15 seconds on all focal animals using the lateral flank movement. Likewise, the barn climate and environmental data like the temperature, the humidity, the temperature-humidity index were recorded by a weather station. All the recorded parameters will combine in a database to form a complete data set in order to find relevant parameters that individually change during heat stress. Our first results. The scatter plot shows that the respiratory rate increases more significantly from the temperature-humidity index over 72.5. And the graphic with the box plot shows as well that the respiratory rate increased with the temperature-humidity index over 72. But you can't take it as a standalone characteristic. Also, the respiratory rate is recorded visual. Maybe there could be an effect on the cows. Yeah. Oh no, it was too fast. So, for the conclusion, the respiratory rate has a weak positive linear relationship with the temperature-humidity index. The combination of different parameters are necessary to create precise models. Maybe the behavior and performance change with the temperature-humidity index. And we want to make it more animal-specific by combining it with animal-specific parameters. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? These sensor systems
yes.
Are applied on, modern and intensive cattle farms, or are also applied in, you can find them, let's say, in a more extensive pasture-based farms systems? Because I know that in Germany, okay, the sector is has been shifted towards, a very intensive and modern systems, but I know that in Germany you can find also more extensive farms.
Yes, in Germany you can find the sensor systems in smaller farms. You have like 20 or 40 cattle, and you can find it in big farms.
In big farms.
There's no difference.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you. All right, so we'll go back and we will call Daniel Corujo to present his study, Spaceship. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. You can start.
Okay, can I start the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Corujo. Thank you for the opportunity for presenting our work, which is titled Spaceship, and it is about satellite-aided electronic shepherd system. So basically, we had a problem to solve, which was removing weeds using animals in order for making it more environmentally friendly to avoid the usage of pesticides. However, using animals to remove weeds has a huge problem, which is especially when you are using sheep or goats, they tend to eat more things than the weeds themselves. So even though this is very useful for vineyards and olive trees, they end up eating some of the grapes, and thus they impact the production. So we created a project along a Portuguese national project some years ago, alongside Agricultural Superior School in the city of Viseu in Portugal, Globaltronic, which helped us with some of the hardware, Ramos Pinto, which is a Douro region winemaker in Portugal, and the Telecommunications Institute, which is a research unit belonging to the University of Aveiro. So we built a collar that had a series of sensors and also communication capabilities. And the sensors allowed us to verify the angles at which the animals had their head. And the objective was to prevent them from raising their head too much. So by keeping their head low when they were eating, they would only eat the weeds. And we could generate a small shock for them to dissuade them of eating the vineyard leaves above. So in this small video, you can see that one of the sheep is starting to stop eating weeds and going into the weeds, and it receives a small shock there. We added another element, which is they start to gain resistance to shocks when they start, because due to the hunger. So we implemented a mechanism which is to create a small sound, a beep, before the shock, so they fear the beep and they never get the shock at all, and they stop trying to eat the grapes when they hear the beep. So in the vineyard, we have some beacons which collect the sensorial data of the colors, and we can use the data as well to study the behavior of the flocks and try to detect where they are, if they are moving properly, and detect some patterns on if they are starting to get sick or if they are starting to get pregnant as well. So we have this platform that collects the information from the beacons into a gateway, and using, for example, mobile networks, we send it to a processing platform that allows us to do data analytics. The problem is that, for example, we can send several information using mobile network links such as 3G and 4G, but usually these rural areas are badly served of mobile network connectivity, and even the terrain does not help because it creates a lot of interference, and the Douro region is composed by a lot of valleys, so the signal there is of poor quality, which prevents us from putting the solution properly in the terrain. So we came up with a concept of using bidirectional satellite link connection. We were able to connect to the EchoStar mobile network S-band geostationary constellation, and we used Hudge's EchoStar mobile portable data terminal. But considering the aspects of the satellite link, which usually have a very low throughput, and they are susceptible to errors due to atmospheric conditions interference, we need to process the data before sending it. And additionally, the cost of sending data through satellite is more expensive. So we need to use mechanisms to reduce the amount or the size of the signal and alarms that are being sent by the callers. So what we do is we serialize the message, and we wanted to test the impact of different serialization strategies. We used some popular serialization mechanisms, such as Apache Avro, Message Pack, and also protocol buffers from Google. We analyzed their implementation in our existing system. So we basically, as soon as we start to get the alarms, we encode them and send the message towards the satellite link. And then when it is received, it is deserialized and the information there is processed, and we can analyze the data and store it in a database for further analysis. So in terms of message reduction, we verified that Message Pack was the protocol that was able to best reduce the amount of information into the satellite network, depending on the different alarms that we have. We have alarms, for example, indicating that a sheep got separated from the rest of the block. A battery is running out on the collar, for example. And of course, we also wanted to see to which degree the expected satellite latency was greater than, for example, using a Wi-Fi gateway that we commonly used. And of course, we have latencies in the order of a second and a half, depending on the number of alarms. However, this basically helped us successfully deploying our objective, which was to actually get the information of the callers, even in rural areas which had very low connectivity capabilities. And from the 3 encoding serialization mechanisms that we tested, Message Pack, allow for the best performance. And these values that we got, even the latency, are compatible with the system alarm function and are still able to make it operate. For the future, we are going to consider as well using LoRaWAN integrated with satellite to also have a wide coverage and some testing will be done with this technology as well. So a big thanks to EchoStar Mobile and Hughes for getting us access to the satellite link and supplying us with the device, and also small publicity for a special issue that we are running in MDPI Applied Sciences. So I am done. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? May I ask something? How often do you have to recharge these collars?
Yes, well, they usually have, they are prototypes.
Sorry?
So they are prototypes right now, the collars. And we usually need to charge them every 2 weeks for these prototypes. They do more features than just sensing. For example, we have a version of the collars which actually have a flashcard where you can store some information when you don't have a mobile network there, which was the strategy we used before using the satellite link, for example. So depending on the amount of sensors and the actuators you place on the collar, and also on the technologies that you place on the collar, because some of them also have more than only just Bluetooth, they can spend more or less energy amount.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Any
welcome.
other questions?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now proceed with the last presentation of this session. The study will be presented by Nazan Koluman. I don't know if she's already online, connected. Hello, Nazan.
Hello, Alex.
How are you?
I have an accident, little bit busy days today. When
We're really sad that you couldn't make it.
To another, one hole to another.
Okay.
I fell down, but I'm okay.
All right.
Yeah. Yes.
We are ready to start.
It's my turn. Yes, I want to start. Yeah, thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Yeah, today I would like to mention a little bit about the very big problem of Turkish and some Cypriot farmers. When I was in Cyprus last year, the most farmers complain about lamb survivor and lamb loss. And one private sector support us to make this experiment. Everybody knows that the sustainability of animal production depends on the survival of the newborn, as well as the yields. For this reason, newborn losses should be kept a minimum. And as I told before, many farmers frequently ask how they could increase survival rate of newborn lambs. It is estimated that every year in Turkey, almost 5 million newborn farm animals are dying, includes some calf and some lambs. It's not easy to answer this question because of many factors, including lambing rate, management, and feeding practice, and also production system, which is extensive. But nowadays, after new technologies and new inventions, it's possible to reduce newborn losses with prevention strategies of improved management and nutrition system, while others are harder to address. Once patterns are identified, it's possible to target those that have the greatest potential to affect. Thus, the aim of this paper implements strategies to mitigate the loss of newborn with the overall goal of improving production efficiency will be discussed. The material method of this experiment, I conduct this study almost 220 dairy sheep and their offsprings in a private farm in northern Cyprus. They are reared in semi-extensive open barns and fed in May by flushing and mated by using ram effect methods. And fresh and clean water was freely supplied to animals in both groups. At the 2 months of gestation, ultrasonic pregnancy tests were performed to all experimental animals, and we use a protocol to the animals like this. As seen in the protocol, after we did our routine up to 45 days, only we use DHS for the experimental groups when the first 3 days and after up to 5 days and after weaning period, we give 2.5 cc DHS to the experimental lambs. And also we collected some data regarding to pregnancy and prolificacy fertility rate, and also mortality rate and weaning weight, etc. What we find out that there is no significant differences between number of mated eves, pregnant eve, birthing eve, and number of lamb, live weight, fertility rate, and prolificacy. Some colleagues knows that we work on Chios Awasi crossbreds, and because of the high twinning rates, Chios has very low birth live weight, but in fact mortality rate is too high in Chios Awasi crossbreds. And when you see this table, there is no significant differences between mortality rates that we understand that our protocol works, and we can prevent mortality rate even after weaning period. And also weaning weight of lambs has increased almost 20% in Awasi groups, and almost 25% in crossbred of Chios and Awasi. And also they are revelate that weight of the groups differ each other. It's expected. As a conclusion, the comparison of mortality and development rate of Awasi and Chios Awasi crossbred lambs showed that the feed additive usage decreased mortality rate with higher weaning weights. Lamb number and higher body weight and at weaning time is very economical advantages for producer. Here, the Chios crosses sheep gave birth to twins, but the mortality rate is high because there are small birds weights and there are no multiplies. The teeth diameter and maternal is intestine of the Chios sheep crosses is also weak. Therefore, it's necessary to emphasize the importance of such practice in order to reduce mortality, especially in this group. Our results show that the using DHS, this is additive products in the diet of lambs, which may stimulate rumen microorganisms and leads to better performance and increase their resistance to the disease, especially in 14 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nazan. Are there any questions? Nazan, could you please repeat how many animals were included in each group, in each experimental group?
In each in each breed, we have 160 ewes and their offsprings, and 80 ewes and their offsprings, each experimental groups. One experimental, one control in each breed.
Okay, so it's quite large, because I saw that you didn't have any significant results in your first table, and I was wondering maybe this could be due to the low number of observations, the low sample, but it's... Did you measure the power of the sample, the statistical power?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I couldn't see here. I will show you again. Can I share my screen?
I don't know, actually.
Please.
Yes.
Yeah. Alex, I think you asked this question. Sorry. This is differences between Awasi and Chios Awasi groups. This is controls and treatments. There is a significant differences between mortality rate of control and treatment groups, as you see in here. Can you see?
Actually, I was talking about the previous table, I think.
Sorry?
I was talking about the previous table, table 2.
I don't understand.
I was.
You are talking about?
I was talking about the other table, table 2.
The table, this one? This one.
Yes, this one. Sorry.
This is overall in all groups. Yeah.
Okay. All right, okay. But I think that 60 or 80 animals are, a large number of observations for each group.
No. In Chios Awasi, almost more than 200 offsprings.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. So thank you, Nazan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for attending this session. Now we'll proceed with session 9, and Professor Dagliani will coordinate this session. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. Welcome to session 9. I'm Maria Dagliani from the Informatics Laboratory of the Agricultural University of Athens. And we'll be together for some time now, for about 5 talks, because as they told me, the last one regarding Generation Z knowledge and purchasing behavior and all that is not going to be presented. So we're going to have only 5 talks. I hope it's going to be a very fruitful session, not only from the interesting things that are going to be presented, but also from your constructive comments and questions. So let's start this session with the first presentation from Aristotelis Tagarakis, and who will talk about procedures and benefits of integrated soil mapping system for directed soil sampling. Aristotelis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I'm Aristotelis Tagarakis. I'm a researcher at the Institute for Bioeconomy and Agri-Technology. It's one of the 5 institutes of CERT in Greece. And my talk actually is about an integrated soil mapping system that we are developing in the framework of a project funded by the region of Central Macedonia, co-funded in the European Union. It's called SIMS. First, some introductory about, I would like to let you know about why we had this idea, why to develop this such a system. Actually, as you all know, soil parameters are the main of the main factors that we are using in order to manage soil crop fertilization, and of course other management practices that we are doing in agriculture. So traditionally, what we do when we want to take some soil samples, usually we perform the soil sampling randomly without taking into account the field variability. However, we all know that fields show considerable spatial and both temporal variability. So that's one of the main issues. So this is actually what we do on the left, and to the right, that's reality. So what we should do. Now about the system. What we expect to do with this system. It will simplify, we want to simplify the procedure of precision agriculture, making it more accessible to farmers. So we want to engage as many farmers as possible in precision agriculture. And that's why we target to make it as simple as possible so that the farmers can use it. So we aim to make it a tool for targeting to inform soil management, for mapping and processing of soil parameters. And eventually it will be a decision support system to optimize crop management. Also within this project we are going to develop, we are developing a smart, Android-based smart application, and I will refer to that later on. And this is mainly the concept and the architecture of the system. The first step is the collection of the data. We focus on data that come for the soil, like soil landscape mapping, soil apparent electric conductivity. These are parameters that can be scanned using sensing technologies, so it's easy to attain. Soil compaction and pH, which are basic parameters for soil, and we have sensors that we can use to do it automatically. And of course, images from UAS, from unmanned aerial systems, we can import on mosaics. So all this information is imported to our system. The system, of course, does some data management in the beginning to sort the data, and the data analysis follows. After that, we are producing the zones for target soil sampling, and of course, this information is imported to the system again, and then we do the field management accordingly. And again, this is similar to the previous, more simple representation. So we start with the data analysis, data fusion. For data fusion, we are using fuzzy clustering algorithms. And we are producing the management zones, which are also the zones for the soil target sampling. And then we take the decisions. Also, so the idea is we are making the zones, we do the target soil sampling, and then we introduce to the system again the results from the sampling. And finally, we do the variable rate application accordingly in each zone. And this is the application that we are developing. This is for the data collection. It's an Android application. What it can do so far, it can export the measurement points automatically. It can export also the soil sampling points, the locations and also it's an interface that the farmer or the user, any user can use to navigate in the field to the sampling locations and to the measurement locations. Also, here it's important to let you know that we are making the system fully compatible with autonomous robotic platforms. This is why we also foresee to make a situation awareness study and for autonomous navigation of robotic vehicles in the field. So our plan is to make the procedures to pave the way for complete automized soil sampling procedures. So the idea is to have the system communicate with the robot, and then the robot can go navigate to the field, take the samples or take the measurements and feed the system. And actually, my conclusions are also the benefits of the system. What we can get with this system is actually have optimized our management decisions. So we can have better and more efficient soil sampling. This is mainly because we go and do targeted soil sampling, so we have more representative samples. So, and we, therefore, if we manage the field this way, we increase the efficiency of the inputs. So we can do variable rate applications using this application. And since we are increasing the efficiency of the inputs, then we expect to have a reduction of inputs into the system, which actually gives a financial benefit to the farmer. So we can make the application more sustainable economically. Of course, then, since we are applying more efficiently, we expect to have a minimization of losses of nutrients to the soil, and therefore we minimize also the greenhouse gas emissions, and we are reducing the environmental footprint of agriculture to the environment. Actually, some actions that we are also working on this project, we are promoting. Well, we strive to promote acceptance of innovative technologies into the agricultural sector. So we want the farmers to engage these technologies. And also we want to contribute to the modernization of agricultural production methods so that we can lead towards the agriculture of the future. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Aristotelis, for this very promising, I'd say, idea.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Thank you. Well, it's this project is actually in the initial stages, so we don't have many results yet. Well, we developed some parts of the platform and parts of the application, but we hope that it will produce very good results.
We hope too. So, are there any questions? Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. According to your experience, which are the more efficient means of disseminating such technologies to farmers? Do they prefer training, workshops, empirical, let's say, trials?
I would say empirical trials, and the role of agricultural consultants is really important. Because all the rest, we have tried many things, like sessions and seminars and so on. The farmers engage to these sessions only if they have something to gain from that. Otherwise, they don't really pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? No? So thank you again, Aristotelis. And let's proceed to the next presentation from Dimitris Almas, who's going to talk about design and develop an efficient and traceability system for Greek kiwi fruit.
Hello everyone, my name is Almas Dimitrios. I'm a researcher in the Laboratory of Knowledge and Intelligence Computing from University of Ioannina. We're based in Arta, and Arta is actually very famous for the kiwi fruits. We actually export a lot of them to Europe and sell a lot in Greece. So our motivation for this project was to ensure the safety of the kiwi fruit, provide traceability options to the company, and promote the global market. This is the chain of supply for the company. We have 4 stages. The first stage is the planting, harvest, packaging and storage, and distribution. From the first stage, we also have from the planting to cultivating up to the point that they go to the second stage, that's the harvesting. We gather data from every single step. All this data is important for us and the company as well. I'm going to show you later on more details about it. The objective of this system, is, as I said before, is to communicate information from the whole traceability chains from the company to the customers. Company also can use it to analyze and find some issues they may have while they are growing their crops. As a methodology, we start with a simple analyzing design. We talk with the company, find the requirements, and we decide to create a system that fits them, mostly. We installed IoT technologies. We used open sources for the meteorological data, and we went to a cross-platform application for the application because we want to have an ability to use this tool from the desktop and the mobile application or tablet if needed. For testing, we're still running the pilot in the company. We gather data, we evaluate the data, and make any changes that may need. So this is the system architecture. The backend is on a cloud platform. We're using our STPI for this issue. This will allow us to connect with every other application that we created. We start getting all this data and a little bit more from the field. This is something I can get automatically. We're getting some data from the GSNA data bar, some fields that are already in their database. We get this data, we put our system, we let the company add any extra data they may have. Then cultivating operators, it's company only. Any work they do, every work they do, it's stored in the database. Later on, after they harvest it, we go to do a small chemical control. This is done from our partners from University of Ioannina. And the company, of course, hired some experts on this one for their use. After we finish with the chemical control, we store this data to see how well was this harvest, and continue to store them to a specific fridge and some warehouses. So we need to know for the company use only where these are stored. Any processing that may get, like checking how hard the kiwi is, or the quality of the kiwi, anything else they may have is stored to our database, and then show it to the users. So this is our IoT platform. We start with the user, the application. Every action that the company or the customer can do. Then using the API, we connect to a cloud database. Later on, we have the farm and the company. For those two entities to join and add the data to a cloud service, we're using networking only, Wi-Fi or 4G. This allows us to have to gather data from everywhere. If somebody is in the farm, can add the data there. If they're outside working remote, can add the data to our software. Application, just small information regarding our server. We're using a Node.js solution and a MongoDB. I went for MongoDB because we're want to gather a lot of data, and to analyze this data later on, NoSQL is actually way better for this one. This is application workflow. We didn't upload the data from the application, but it's easier to show here what the actions and the activities of each user. Each user can edit, view, delete, and add data to application. We have roles, so some options are closed based on its roles. And then we have the types. We have cultivation, harvest, chemical, storage, and process. This solution was created with Angular because we went to cross-platform, so went to a web technology solution. So in conclusion, actually the benefit of this application is the company now has a traceability system. It's up to them to use it correctly. Our system is online, it's on cloud platform, it's easy, manageable, easy to migrate to a different server if they need it. And the application has 7 different types with a lot of usability from the user. The user can do everything there. Thank you for your attention. This goes under APIRU's 2420 program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much with this so practical example about kiwis. So, has anyone any questions? Yes, please.
I would like to ask you what kind of data are you collecting in each stage of the supply chain? I mean, in the field, you mentioned that you're using IoT in the field, or? Okay,
we're using right now we're using meteorological stations to gather data from every data we have. Yesterday was one of our colleagues presented a paper when we use this data for trying to find water efficiency and water footprint. Don't know the exact terms. So we gather this data. We gather every data, including soil, not soil. I'm trying to find the English words now. So how to? It's the soil, it's the water, the temperatures. We have every cultivating they do. We have a big database with fertilizers. Yeah, I was sorry. We have a big data of fertilizer, organic or non-organic. Each fertilizer has their own unique, of course, natrio, calcium, and everything. We keep this data in our database, of course, because we're using it for water footprint. We keep every time they cut the trees, every time they want to do anything. On the harvest,
so you're recording all the practices and what is being applied in the field and everything.
Yes, everything.
So do you also record any parameters along the supply chain? I mean, during transportation or storage?
We only have in the company the storage. We don't store anything about transportation. Only in the company where they are stored, how many kilos, when did they store, when did they come out from the warehouse, and where they are going. After that, we stop tracking it.
Okay, so what is the final scope to
the final scope
export a label or something for?
Is to provide first the company a traceability tool, because right now everything's on paper. It's not that useful. Then later on is to provide a customer who are going to buy this kiwi to find out the whole traceability. Where did this kiwi was planted? Where did it came from? Anything that may be interesting, fertilization, everything. So it's mostly like try to promote it via traceability, and of course, company. The company needs to get those data.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions? Well, I'd like to pose one, if you don't mind. Okay, so you don't have, at the time being, any preliminary results regarding assessment, right?
We're still assessing, yes. Okay. We don't have all the data.
Do you have something to tell us, a hint, or is it a secret?
Regarding? Regarding
the applicability of the system. I mean, do you have any limitations, or?
The limitation is, is a user.
They did not adopt it, huh?
They did adopt it, but the thing is, as I say, we gather data. Most of our data are coming from analyzing. Fertilization for kiwis, it's once every 6 months. The same goes for every other operation. That means we don't have enough data, even if we pilot it on 3 big
periods.
Yeah, so we have 3, not 3 periods, 3 farms. So we gather data for the past, I think, 2 years, 1.5 maybe, from 3 different farms. That means we have 2. That's not enough to analyze a lot of stuff. So it is a big limitation for us. Then it's to the we can get every data before they go to the company because it's easy for them to track it. Within the company, it's a bit chaotic most of the time, so they adapt it on very small scale. And that's the hardest part for us, is the user. If they don't want to adapt it and need to use specific component of this application, they can do it.
Sorry, it's the time. Sorry, it's the time.
It's okay.
Okay, sorry, it was time. Okay, thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No. Okay, thanks again. And let's proceed to another interesting presentation by Cristina Clisiari. Am I right? Okay. She's going to talk about assessing consumers' norms regarding food safety standards in retail chain stores.
Yes. I can't see anything here in the screen. Is that okay? Hello from me. I'm Christina Clisiari. I am a PhD candidate in the Laboratory of Agricultural Economics and Consumer Behavior in the University of Thessaly. And I will present to you the work entitled Assessing Consumer Norms Regarding Food Safety Standards in Retail Chain Stores. This is the structure of my presentation. I will start with the literature review, the aim of the study. I will present to you the main materials and methods and the basic methodology we have used, the principal component analysis, in order to proceed to the main results and conclusions. So, first of all, regarding to the previous literature about this case study, we have some researchers have found that location, reliability, products quality and safety are the main factors influencing consumers regarding their purchasing decision-making process to retail chain stores. Regarding to online shopping, the main factors affecting consumer purchasing behavior are price, store impact on social media, and consumers' influence from their social environment. According to other researchers, and a factor analysis on identifying the consumer behavior patterns in a lot of European Union countries, food safety issues, price sensitivity, and market location are main factors affecting consumer behavior. Some key benefits of shopping from supermarkets are COVID-19 safety, the easiness of shopping, the faster shopping, as well as search of offers, according to Research Institute of Retail Consumer. While, according to the International Food Informational Council, the most important food safety issues to consumer, not only in the pre-COVID-19 pandemic era, but also in the post-COVID-19 pandemic era, are the foodborne illness from bacteria, chemicals in food, as well as pesticide residues. So, taking into consideration all the aforementioned literature review results, The aim of our survey is to assess the main factors influencing consumer perceptions regarding food safety standards in supermarkets and to correlate these factors with the basic demographic characteristics of the sample in order to create a consumer profile and to understand and analyze the way of thinking and the main needs of Greek consumers in a period of innovative progress in the field of retail store. This research has two main hypotheses tested. The first one is consumers' awareness towards food safety issues. The second hypothesis was to analyze the main criteria regarding retail chain stores for both physical and digital stores. We have used stimulus organism response model and health belief model in order to create a questionnaire which was distributed in the Greek mainland. These two elements were used in order to analyze and identify the main factors from both internal and external environment of consumers, leading them to make their final consumer decision. This questionnaire, as I have mentioned before, was distributed to the Greek mainland during May and August of 2022 via University of Thessaly mail services, through emails and social media, and using pre-did questionnaires and personal interviews without giving any further information beforehand. A total of 540 questionnaires were collected in a structured sample of people aged 18 to 89 years old. Principal component analysis was used in order to identify and analyze these factors affecting consumers' decision regarding food safety issues. PCA requires quantitative or scale values and large samples. We have used Likert scale from 1 to 5, and we have collected, as I've mentioned before, 540 questionnaires. Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin test, Bartlett sphericity test, and factor loadings were also tested in order to proceed to the PCA results. In these pie charts, you can see the main demographic characteristics of our sample: income, monthly income, the educational level, and here the type of employment of the respondents. As here we can see that the gender plays a key role in the percentage of perception of food safety, while women are more sensitive and aware towards food safety issues. PCA's results. From PCA emerged 5 main factors representing about 75% of the total variation. The first and the most significant, let's say, component is about the main criteria for choosing a chain store market, which are safety of products, quality of products, and products prices. The second factor reveals consumer awareness, and especially more specifically the chemical deforestation impact on food safety. Third component is about store services, such as facilities, e-commerce, the opportunity of shopping online, and the accessibility to the physical store. The fourth component depicts the label information related to food safety issues, which are important for the consumers, such as the nutritional value of the product, the expiration date, and the place of origin. While the fifth and last factor is about the food safety risks, while there is a high tendency from consumers' side to avoid to purchase recently expired products, open packages, and rusted cans. Comparing these five factors with the socioeconomic characteristics of the sample, we have noticed that there are a lot of statistically significant results in the comparison among age, gender of the participants, educational level, and their monthly income regarding to the main PCA components. So, to conclude, we have 5 main factors influencing supermarket collection towards food safety issues. Other factors that influence consumer behavior selection, supermarket selection, are the price, the product price, and quality and variety of products. Despite consumer interest in food prices, it has been shown that food safety issues remain high in importance in the consumer decision-making process. Another very interesting result from this study was the high awareness and consciousness about food safety issues, especially about chemical disinfestation methods. For future research, we are going to adopt to analyze the factors affecting consumers regarding the adoption of food safety new technologies, such as the use of insect traps, the use of sensors for recognition and timely treatment in warehouses in the supermarket. And this project is a collaboration with the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and Masoutis, which is a big supermarket here in Greece, a big retail chain store. And we will aim to improve food quality and safety of products, to reduce the operating costs, and conditions will be created and increase in consumer loyalty to retail chain stores. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, for this engaging presentation indeed. And on the hot topic of food safety, okay, which I think is going to be a topic that we will be very interested in for the next years. So is there anyone from the audience that would like to pose a question to Christina? Or I'll take... Oh, yes, of course.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation. It seems that traceability is not in the high level of for the users and for the people. Do you think that that's because they're not really fully aware so far? It's something new, and they're not fully aware. So maybe this will change in the future, because you mentioned that the labeling was in the lowest component, right?
Yes, you're right. You're right. Yes, and to my mind, this is because people are not interested in the chemical residues in the final product, but I mean the chemical residues from the disinfestation methods. So that's the problem. They are not aware of this topic.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I'll take the opportunity to ask.
Yes.
Well, to your knowledge, well, your results are in accordance with other results from other audiences, consumer audiences globally or other European countries, or there are differences?
Not yet, but this is part of our future
work in progress, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There are primarily results, and we will continue this research.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, thank you again.
Thank you.
And now, we will call Anastasios Liapakis to talk about natural language processing tools for performing effective text mining tasks in Greek food and beverage sector. Dr. Liapakis, Tasso, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So good afternoon to all of you. I'm Dr. Anastasios Liapakis. I'm a visiting lecturer in Department of Digital Industry Technologies in National Kapodistria University of Athens, and also a postdoctoral researcher in Informatics Laboratory of Agricultural University of Athens. So our research is concerning about natural language processing tools for performing effective text mining tasks in Greek food and beverage sector. What we're going to see in this presentation, first of all, a brief introduction, the problem statement, a research background, the proposed hybrid framework, the opinion dictionaries that were created using our results, the proposed system, the experimental results, and conclusions, of course. So about a brief introduction, we can tell that 92% of consumers read online evaluation reviews in order to purchase a product or a service. 60% of people trust online product reviews in order to buy a product or a service. 1 to 3 negative online reviews could be enough in order to defer 60% of 7% of consumers to buy a product. Also, the 60% of consumers are willing to purchase products or services from a website which contains user reviews. And finally, consumers are willing to pay from 20% to 99% for a 5-star rated product than a 4-star rated product. So what is the problem? First of all, we can discuss that the involved companies or other stakeholders cannot analyze all these evaluations that are produced in the internet due to the large volume and the diversity of the information. We can see that we have images as evaluation or text or other kind of and other type of data. The reviewers also of the F&B sector talk about different restaurant functions like the image of the store, the quality of the food, etc. So we have different opinions about each of the aspects. And finally, an additional problem is that the highest proportion of this data, especially the text data, of online evaluation, do not take into account the rules of spelling and grammar, so we cannot use approaches that have already shown in research. Here you can see an example about an e-food delivery platform where you can see that customers can evaluate using stars and text the elements of food quality, delivery time, and takeaway service. So also here you can see the TripAdvisor where we have a lot of text that customers evaluate a restaurant. So which approaches we use in this research? First of all, we use the opinion mining or sentiment analysis, which is referred as a scientific subject that utilizes information retrieval, natural language processing, computational linguistics, as well as machine learning techniques. The sentiment analysis is a new field of research, which is used techniques for mining texts and handle a large amount of unstructured user-generated content, which is appearing in social media networking sites. Finally, we can discuss and we can note that sentiment analysis tries to analyze emotions and reviews to classify them into a binary classification, which is the positive or negative. So the sentiment analysis relies on two types of techniques, which is the machine learning and lexicon-based. We use the lexicon-based because we conclude that in research we have better classification metrics using the lexicon-based technique. Also, we can discuss and we can note that there are three types of lexicon-based approaches, which is the manual technique, where we create from the start a dictionary. We have the corpus-based technique, which is relied on syntactic or coherence patterns in a large corpus. And finally, we have the dictionary-based techniques, where we use ready techniques like the SentiWordNet, where we can find in research. There are also three levels of implementing the sentiment analysis, which is the document level, which is recommended in cases that in a text we have only one opinion. We have the sentence level, which is recommended in cases that in a sentence we have different opinions, but only for one person or one entity. And the aspect level, which is called also entity or future level, which detects the sentiment for an aspect or an entity. So about the research gaps. First of all, we can note that most of the work of sentiment analysis has targeted the identification of English texts or Arabic or Chinese and not Greek, the Greek language. Also, we cannot find a lot of research papers in food ordering and review platforms. And finally, to best of our knowledge, we can note and discuss that Greek lexical resources are not available for opinion research purposes. So here you can see the proposed hybrid technique for construction of opinion dictionaries we use, and in order to gain for the advantages of each one of technique, we use first of all the corpus-based, all the techniques, secondly the manual technique, and thirdly the dictionary-based technique. Here you can see the proposed framework. First of all, we start from the training set, where we pre-process the text, and we use the text representation using the back of words methodology. Finally, we use the information retrieval matrices, and especially the TF-IDF metric. And finally, and lastly, we create the opinion dictionaries and the aspect list using the part-of-speech methodology. We test the procedure, and finally we go to the data set in a big volume of data, where we use the web scraping module and the web scraping technologies in order to mine the data from the internet. We create the data set. We pre-process again the data set. We try to find the detection of aspects using the list of opinion that we have already created using the training set. We follow to the classify of sentiment using the opinion dictionaries. After we analyze the aspect level and we quantify the qualities function of the restaurant, after the customer service function, and thirdly the image function. So this research has already implemented in eFood data set. It's a very known e-ordering platform in Greece, where using the random sampling, we extract reviews from all the capitals of the Greek prefecture in order to identify all the local dialects. It is very known that we use different dialects in Greece. So three sets were created. First of all, the training set, where we use this in order to construct the opinion dictionaries and evaluate the sentiment analysis module. After the annotated set that is created in order to evaluate the aspect analysis. And thirdly, the data set, which is a big big volume set of texts that was created in order to test the efficiency of the proposed framework and evaluate the proposed framework in a big volume of online reviews. So in order to construct, I don't know why, yes, in order to construct the dictionaries, first of all, we implement the back of words model as was discussed in previous slide, in order to convert the customers' reviews into numerical vectors and for subsequent processing. This choice is reinforced also by the complex grammar and syntax rules in Greek language, and for combination with the language, the lack, for resources. After, we implement the TF-IDF metric in order to calculate the terms weights in a data set and calculate the sum term frequency of each sub-dictionary. Thirdly, we implement the part-of-speech tagging methodology in order to determine the importance of part-of-speech in the customer's reviews in the food and beverage domain. And we conclude that the adjectives and nouns would act as sentiment indicators. Here you can see the three lists of aspects that were created. The first one is the foods quality list, which is included 309 nouns, the customer service, and the list of images. Lastly, in order to measure the relationship of the aspects, the list of nouns and the adjectives, we implement the point-wise mutual information metric. You can see here the quotation of this metric, and we conclude that there is a strong concurrency between the adjectives and nouns. And using these results, we create two groups of pattern of tags. First of all is the group of J-1 analysis, and the second one is the J+1 analysis. We can say as an example the first one, and we can explain this. We have as an example, as an evaluation, the sentence "Oreo fagito," which is in English is nice food. First of all, we try to find a noun, which is the word fagito, food. We put this in J position. After, we try to find, first of all, if in J-1 position there is an adjective, and there is the adjective Oreo, nice. And after, we try to find in J+1 adjective position, if it is a full stop or comma or a space, and there is a comma. So we conclude that the sentiment orientation term is the term in J-1 position, which is the word Oreo, the adjective Oreo, nice. So if there is not, if we are not in this case, we go to the second, third, and fourth, and five in order to find the sentiment orientation and calculate the sentiments of the sentence. So here you can see the systems architecture. First of all, the users can select a restaurant. After, using the web scraping module, we mine the text data from the e-ordering or e-reviews platforms. Lastly, we store this text data in a database, and using the sentiment analysis module, we calculate the customer satisfaction for this restaurant. About the web scraping module, we use the request and beautiful soup libraries in Python and the LXML parser for faster data extraction. There is also a limit of these ready modules in research. That's why we create our own. About the sentiment analysis module, the procedure that we follow is, first of all, we capitalize the words in order to avoid problems with the accentuation. It is very common in Greek language. We remove the non-Greek words. After, we remove all punctuation marks except commas and full stops, and we need the commas and full stops because these punctuation marks used to separate the aspects in customer reviews. After, we remove stop words such as intention, articles, quantifiers, and linking words. After, we split the reviews into terms We steaming the reviews terms. We evaluate, first of all, the function of quality, the function of service, the function of image, and lastly, we compute the overall polarity of the review. Here you can see again an example. We have this review, this customer's review. The first one, where is το φαγητό ήταν νόστιμο, ευγενικό, προσωπικό. In English, the food was tasty and gentle stuff. First of all, we capitalize the words using the appropriate module. After, we remove all punctuation marks. We don't have punctuation marks. Remember that we need the full stop, so we don't remove them. We remove the stop words, which is to. So the sentence now is φαγητό νόστιμο, ευγενικό, προσωπικό. Finally, we split the reviews into terms, and we steaming the reviews. So the first one, the noun φαγητό, is in position J. In J plus 1 position, we have the adjective. In J plus 2 position, we have the comma. So the sentiment orientation term is in position J plus 1, which is positive, 0.69, and we use the pattern 6. The same for the evaluation of customer service. So lastly, we implement this framework in a TripAdvisor data set. We mine 2,045 customers' reviews, again from all prefectures. You can see here the ratio. And we use the confusion matrix and the known matrices in text mining and data analytics too. And we conclude in very high evaluation and experimental results, where the accuracy for the qualities function were 99.11. The accuracy for service was 97.61, and the accuracy for the image was 99.18. So some acknowledgements. We can tell that the small number of terms in the design subdictionary modifies the accuracy of the classification of emotion and analysis at the aspect level. Also, the research focuses only in the handling of informal text using the text from the internet. And also, we can discuss that the difficulties of dealing with a negation have been largely resolved, but have not been eliminated. So we focus in future research about this. So about the conclusions, in this research we proposed a corpus-based sentiment analysis system, which is able to evaluate in almost real time a large amount of online food and beverage customers' opinions in the Greek language. The system built it around two modules. The first is a web scraping module used to mine the reviews, and the other is the corpus-based sentiment analysis module used in the analysis and the qualification of the customers' evaluations. The data set consists of 2,044 customers' reviews extracted from the TripAdvisor. The extracted sentiment orientation terms and phrases from the customers' reviews were used to form the corresponding dictionaries and to proceed in the customer classification and sentiment classification. And based on confusion matrix of the data set and using all the well-performance matrices of accuracy, precision, recall, and F-score that are used in common information system, we found a remarkably high performance of the classification. So, question and answers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tassos. Do we have any questions for this very nice issue that I think that we all know very well since we order online all these years? So, please. Okay, I would like to ask a very small question regarding the assessment from the TripAdvisor data. Do you think that if you used from another source, would that be more accurate? I mean, giving you other, let's say, hints or incentives for your future refinement of this tool?
We have already implemented the framework in eFood and also in TripAdvisor. So we have seen that we have same matrices. So we think that these matrices cannot change so much.
So it's enough, okay, to validate your instrument. Okay.
And for future research, we would like to eliminate the negation, the problem with negative sentences.
Okay. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Thank you
Thank
again.
you.
And let's proceed to the final presentation of this session, which will be conducted remotely from Panagiotis Mathesis, if I'm correct, who's going to talk about comparative analysis of the genetic diversity of fava bean. Panagiotis, hi.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to talk about the comparative analysis of the genetic diversity of fava bean, conducted by Eleni Abramidou, Ioannis Ganopoulos, Fotini Milona, Eleni Avram, Irini Gianni, Obeidat, Maslinos Athanikoula, and me. I'm Panagiotis Mathesis. I'm a professor in molecular biology in school, in Agricultural School of Thessaly, and collaborative researcher in SED. This work has been performed in the frame of Research, Create and Innovation project program of the GSRT. And why we did this work? Well, no, especially this year that the livestock feed prices have been substantially increased, especially soya, which is all imported. And you can see here in the graph, relative graph of the increase of the prices in feed. Especially this year, with all the increase in electricity and everything, we face a very huge reduction of animal capital and also their products. So it's very essential to develop novel feed based on indigenous plants, here in Greece from Greek plants, which will replace the imported soya, reduce the cost, and also maybe increase the nutritional value of the feed. One of these plants is fava bean. It's a very nice plant to be used as a feed. It's a grain legume. It has high protein content, which is very desirable, and high nutritional value. It's cultivated in temperate areas like Greece. It's one of the earliest food legumes to be domesticated, and it's cultivated in quite a big area. One good thing with fava bean is self-pollinating. We know the DNA, it's been sequenced. We know the chloroplast DNA, we know the genomic DNA, and you can see here, this is the chloroplast DNA and the satellite DNA in the genome. So this allows us to use novel techniques in order to facilitate our work. It has a relatively small genome, and the problem is the anti-nutritional compounds like tannins that there are mainly in the seed coat that we need to remove in order to increase its quality for food and feed. To do so, it's really important to assess the genetic variation of the different populations that there are out there in the fields. And to do so, we need to perform some genetic studies and study biodiversity, the germplasm, characterize the genetic variability of the different populations in the plants, so we can then use them in plant breeding in order to improve quality, yield, etc. And this will allow us to select the best genotypes and develop the best feed for our livestock. And we have the specific tools for this, like molecular genetics, that allow us to measure the genetic variation at the DNA level. For this, we need some these tools that are basically molecular markers, which allow us to measure the genetic variability and they're not affected by the environmental factors, which is really important. There are different markers, and these are some of them. I'm not going into detail. I don't want to, it's the last talk, so I don't want to take a lot of time. But we have many different tools, and we specifically use this one that is called Scott primers. They bind on to genes, And this is really a very good tool because not only give us an estimation of the genetic variability of the plant, but also we can maybe identify different genes. So the aim of this study was to evaluate for the first time the genetic diversity among 53 very faba bean populations provided by Hellenic Agricultural Organization Limited, the Citibank, and use the Scott molecular markets. These populations come from all over Greece, as you can see in the map. These are the markers we have used, 6 of them, which are enough to give us the information we need. And going into the results, what we got by using these markers is that we identified 114 loci from these 6 Scott markers. 37, almost 38 of them were polymorphic, which is very good because it allows to distinguish the different populations and the different individuals in the population. 62 were monomorphic. We calculated the genetic diversity in the population that ranked from 0.222 to 0.087 with a mean number of 0.149 among populations, which is a good measure of genetic diversity. And the Shannon index, which is also another parameter that give us an estimation of how different are the different populations, ranked from 0.127 to 0.328, with a mean number of 0.222. We performed an AMOVA analysis, a molecular variance analysis, that showed us that 56 of the total genetic variation lies within the populations, and 44 of the differences among the different populations. From all this analysis, we can calculate a UPGMA dendrogram based on the genetic distance of the 53 faba bean populations. And we can see here that we have 4 main groups and 10 subgroups. And by this phylogenetic tree, we can select the different individuals and different populations that we can cross for the breeding. For example, it's not good to cross 28 with 30 because they're really very close together. Genetically, they're very close. They're like brothers. But maybe it's very good to cross 28 with number 1 if these 2 populations have the desired characteristics that we are looking for. We also performed a PCA analysis, and you can see how these populations are split in the 2 dimensions. The first principal component and the second principal component analysis that explained altogether 36% of the total variability. And it's in accordance with the phylogenetic dendrogram that I showed you before. So this analysis was the first attempt of exploring the genetic diversity of the Greek faba bean populations using the Scott markers. These markers revealed a relatively high percentage of heterozygosity, although the plant is mainly self-pollinating. But this is very good because it can allow us to develop an efficient breeding program, as I said earlier. Because we can select the plants that we want and cross them. And develop new varieties that have improved yield, improved protein content, and reduced anti-nutritional compounds in order to develop new and novel feed for our livestock. So thank you for listening, and I'm open for any question that you would like to ask me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Panagiotis, for this very interesting presentation and work. Do we have any questions? No, from the audience, but from me, what are your future plans on expanding this work?
Okay. Well, this work hasn't stopped. We're still working, doing RNA and methylation analysis in order to understand and find the genes that are responsible for the antinutritional compound production. And with this information and the methylation information, we can then find the individuals that we need to cross and develop an elite variety for the new feed product.
Okay, thank you again. And now, before closing this session, because as I've mentioned before, the last presentation will not be conducted.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all the presenters and the audience and the attendants for their contribution, and the technical staff, of course. And I would like to close with one of my favorite mottos, which is from Plutarch, an historian, an ancient Greek historian and philosopher, who said that the brain is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. So I hope you leave this session with a brighter mind and more ideas. Thank you very much all, and I have to say that lunch is ready and served at the top floor. Thank you all again.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Now we are at the 10th session. My name is Radu Roșca. I come from Romania, from the University of Life Sciences in Iași, which is somewhere in the northeastern part of Romania. I invite you to come there. Our city looks very nice, so if you have plans to visit Romania, please come to Iași. Okay, our first presentation is a live one, path planning for autonomous robotic platform based on created sampling maps. Miss Gabriela Asiminari, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Siminari. I am a PhD candidate student, and the last 3 years I work at the Institute for Bioeconomy and Agritechnology, IBO. Today I will present you our research with the title Path Planning for Autonomous Robotics Platform based on created sampling maps. Soil sampling plays an important role for gathering information about soil properties which highly affect plant growth and development as well as crop quality. In order to have a successful soil sampling, we need to find methods to collect samples fast and with low cost, select location inside the field of the soil samples wisely, and also select total number of samples wisely. As we mentioned, the first need is to collect soil samples fast and with low cost. For that reason, new technologies have developed, such as high-precision GPS and sensors for mapping soil and crop parameters. The other need is to select the appropriate location and the number of samples. Nowadays, a very common practice is to obtain soil samples from random locations in the field. However, soil shows significant variability and deviations in soil properties are observed even at short distances. For that reason, a solution is to divide field into homogeneous management zones in order to create variability maps. According to these variability maps, the sampling points can be distributed more effectively along the field. The purpose of our study is to create a complete path based on sampling maps. The methodology that was followed can be divided in 4 main parts. The first is to receive data from sensors, then perform data analysis. Based on that data analysis, produce a variability map with zones, and finally determine coordinates of the points for soil sampling. The creation of sample points has significant usage as it can be inserted in autonomous robotic systems or in mobile apps. For example, one use is to be inserted, the sampling points to be inserted in an Android app in order to guide farmers in the field to collect samples, or to be inserted in an autonomous robotic system for autonomous navigation to the sampling points in order to collect samples. In my presentation, I will show you a use case of this path planning. According to this use case, electrical conductivity data from all the surface of the field was acquired. Then 3 management zones were created. Then for each zone, 10 sampling points were created. The number of points was selected empirically based on the size of the field. And finally, the sorted route in order the robot to visit points exactly once was calculated. At the end of this procedure, a complete path planning was created and the path was inserted in a robot for testing. So the first part is data acquisition. As you can see in the figure, electrical conductivity was acquired by scanning field surface with EM38 sensor. Electrical conductivity is affected by many soil properties, and also it's quite easy and fast to measure it and take data. So, according to electrical conductivity, we can take information about the variability in soil properties inside the field. The electrical conductivity that we acquired was measured in microsiemens per centimeter. Then management zones were created. The field was rotated and a rectangular grid was created. Then values that are outside the field boundaries were discarding. The reason that we rotated field was to discard as few as possible values. Then inverse distance weighted interpolation was applied. After the interpolation, each point of the grid acquires a value of electrical conductivity based on the nearest known values of samples. Then we should decide in which zone each point of the grid belongs. The method that was followed was quantile classification. According to this, a set of values of the points of the grid was distributed into groups that contain equal number of values. You see the mathematical formula of quantile classification. The number of points that belong to each class can be calculated if we divide total number of points of grid with total number of classes. This is the result. A contour plot was created after the interpolation based on these values, and then the polygons of the contour plot was extracted and were projected on Google Earth. At the same time, a legend which shows the boundaries of electrical conductivity for each zone was extracted too. The next step was to create sampling points. For that reason, we created a grid and divided in each zone into 10 clusters. In order to create clusters to each zone, we implemented K-means clustering method. After that method, grid was partitioned into clusters, and after that we obtained the centroid of each cluster. This centroid is the sampling point, actual. This is the representation of calculated points. In the first figure, you see the grid and the centroids of each cluster. And then these points were extracted and projected again to Google Maps. The blue points are the sampling points of the first zone, the Kian points of the second zone, and the pink color points of the third zone. And they are 10 per each zone, so it's total 30 points. The final step was to calculate the shortest possible route in order to follow the robot to follow that route. This was succeeded by solving a traveling salesman problem. For that reason, greedy algorithm was applied. The reason that we preferred greedy algorithm was that it's quite fast for the calculations because it searches for the local optimum and not the global, and searches points that have the lowest weight for each iteration. As you can see, at the end of this procedure, the vehicle visits each point exactly once. After the creation of the path, it was inserted in an autonomous robotic system, and more specifically, in Thorvald. We chose a field that it has low cultivation, so as for the robot to move without restrictions inside the field. The results are presented here. This is the path in simulation before it was inserted in the robot. This path is the produced path of robot navigation, so this is the actual path that robot followed. And this is a comparison of the two paths. You see the red and the white at the same time. So, the future plans. First of all, our plan is to place a digital penetrometer on robot in order to follow all the sampling points and collect data for soil compaction. We can repeat this procedure to collect data for soil pH, for example, and for other soil properties. There is any restriction. Another plan is to create path planning for orchards. The problem is that trees are basically obstacles. So our target is to succeed automatic obstacle avoidance in the field. Finally, another plan is to automatically calculate the appropriate number of clusters according to the size of the field, because now this was succeeded empirically. This research was carried out as part of the project Soil Information Management System, SIMS, under the framework of the Action Investment Plans of Innovation of the Operational Programme Central Macedonia, that is co-funded by the European Regional Development Fund and Greece. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. If there are any questions, please feel free to address them. Please do. There is one question.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations for the presentation.
Thank you.
In the beginning, you said that the whole system is a low-cost system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to ask, are you talking about the energy consumption of the cost or the costs of the device?
I think that the target is to create the best path in order to have less energy consumption and to take the most appropriate sampling point. So yes, we consider about this.
So you think you combine energy with the accuracy of the robot?
Yes.
Okay, and the whole system is powered automatically. I mean, there's a battery on.
Yes.
And have you run any experiments about what's the power, the life of battery for this system?
I know that this robot that we've chosen has a big battery life, I think around 8 hours. Okay. So it's not problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you for answering. If there are any questions? Okay, if not, we move forward.
Thank you very much.
To the next presentation, which should be an online one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sofia Anastasiadou. Today I'm going to present your research with the title The Effect of Human Resource Management Practices on the Quality of Service, Customer Satisfaction and Organization Performance in Cyprus Urban Hotel Industry. This research screen. Όχι share screen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ladies and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sofia Anastasiadou. Today I'm going to present your work with the title, The Effect of Human Resources Management Practices on the Quality of Service, Customer Satisfaction and Organization Performance in Cyprus Urban Hotel Industry. This research is done by Christos Papadimitriou, me and George Kodeos. Unfortunately, Dr. Papadimitriou was going to present it. He is in Athens, actually, but unfortunately, he's got sick, so I will present our work today or of his behalf. I mention this because Christos Papadimitriou is an expert on tourist hospitality management, so maybe he could ask, he could have the opportunity to answer many questions about the theme of the paper. Tourism and hospitality contribute over to 15% of the Iceland GDP from competitors. Human resources management is an essential component of function of any firm. HRR practices that improve service quality, customer satisfaction, and hotel performance constitute a realistic approach of hotel to stay competitive. More research management practices are human related management projects that include human research planning, selection, training, rewards, performance evaluation, and development. Our sample data were gathered from HR management's 160 employees and 160 also customers. This was by chance of employees and consumers. And survey methodology was chosen in order to analyze the data. It was a correlation and as well as some models. We have questionnaires related to human resource satisfaction as the instrument of the survey. We have 6 statistical hypotheses. The first one is human resources management practices are strongly correlated with quality of services. The second one is human resource management practices are strongly correlated with organization performance. The third one is related to human resource management practices are strongly correlated with customer satisfaction. Quality of service is strongly correlated with organization performance. Quality of service is strongly correlated with customer satisfaction. And organization performance is strongly correlated with customer satisfaction. In order to validate the instrument, we use the Cronbach alpha coefficient, composite reliability, and the average variance explained. As you can see from this presentation, Cronbach alpha coefficients from human research management practices scale counts for 0.953, which is very satisfactory. Recruitment and selection was my man-funding, job design, training development, quality circle, and payment system that was the conceptual construct of human research practices scale was also very high. In addition, composite reliability, CR for recruitment and selection, manpower planning, job design, training, development, quality, circle and pay systems was also very, very high and satisfactory. Also, average variance extraction has values very high, so the validity and reliability of the scale was confirmed. As far as service quality scale, Cronbach alpha coefficients for service quality scales comes from 0.991, very, very high value, and this value shows that we have a very high reliability of the scale. Touchability, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and sensory, which were the conceptual construct of a service quality scale, were also have very high prices regarding Cronbach alpha coefficients, as we can see. Composite reliability for these conceptual constructs, namely touchability, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and sensory, equals above the 0.90. So we have also a very high reliability regarding these indices. In addition, overage valid explain has very high prices regarding feasibilities, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and sensory, respectively. Cronbach alpha coefficient for hotel performance scale counts from 0.9069, composite reliability for hotel performance equals to 0.9880, and Cronbach alpha coefficient for a hotel performance scale counts from 0.8082, composite reliability for customer satisfaction scale equals to 0.9031, and as I mentioned before, this is very high values regarding the Cronbach alpha coefficient, regarding composite reliabilities coefficients, and regarding average variant explained coefficients. As far as the hypothesis testing, we use the we choose here to present the correlations between the conceptual construct of the scale named Human Resource Management SERV-CALL that measures the quality of the services, performance scale, and satisfaction scale. And as we can see from this table, all the correlations between the conceptual construct are very, very, very high. All are above the 0.80. Thus, we can finally come to our conclusions and implications. We see that the model validating the model fit from the observed data, the research findings show that human research practices have a significant impact on customer satisfaction. The strong association was found to be between organization performance and customer satisfaction. The association means correlation here. Human resource practices and the service quality practices both have an impact on it. Finally, the research confirms the stronger connection between human resources practices and hotel performance. More countries and cultures and big data application, pipeline dynamic schedule of big data streams, and algorithms can assist us in gathering a large amount of data from the websites of hotels industry. And this is our future goal in order to add to this research, to our research that it was presented here, because we have a small number of data. For example, we have 8 human HR people, 160 employees and customers as well. And we seek for the application of big data application, like pipeline dynamic schedule of deep data streams, in order to gather more data, in order to have a clear picture about the impact that human resource management has on customer satisfaction and customer organization performance and customer satisfaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Please send our best wishes to your colleague who he couldn't be present here. If there are any questions, please ask now.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, it seems we have no questions. So we move forward to another live presentation, a methodological approach for estimating the costs and benefits of climate adaptation measures, presented by Ms. Sabrina Giuca, I guess.
Hi.
Hello. The floor is yours.
I am Simonetta De Leo. I present instead of Sabrina Giuca.
Okay.
We together
thank you.
prepared this work, this study. Okay. And we are the researcher at CREPIB, that is a Council for Agricultural Research and Bioeconomy. And this study that I am going to present aim to investigate on effectiveness of climate adaptation measures and to provide a methodological framework on cost and benefit assessment associated with the implementation of the climate adaptation measure. This framework is being developed within the Life ADA project, that is an ongoing project financed by Life Program of EU Commission. And the Life ADA project aims to enhance the agriculture sector in facing climate change. And it's addressed to farmers and producers organizations involved in 3 different supply chains: wine, fruit and vegetable, and Parmigiano Reggiano. It's based on public and private collaboration. And within the ADA project is being developed a tool that addressed to farmers and which allow farmers and producer organizations to implement adaptation plans. This tool includes information about present and future on main adverse climate events, such as hail, frost, and so on, that are a big risk for the agriculture sector. Include a library that collects the main climate adaptation measures in agriculture, and include information on costs and benefits of the adaptation measure present in the library, together an estimation of the economical convenience of the implementation of each measure. For now, this library collects 102 adaptation measures, but is live, so we can add more. And just to do some examples of measures are anti-hail nets, irrigation systems, use soil improvers, and so on, precision farming tools. Each measure can face one or more of climate risks, and we considered the following climate risks: drought, wind, hail, floods, late frost, intense precipitation, damage by extreme maximum temperature, loss of suitability of the territory, saltwater intrusion, erosion, phytosanitary damages. To each measure, we have associated a degree of effectiveness in relation to capacity in tackling the climate risks. So we defined low degree, medium degree, high degree. And our aim is to provide a cost-benefit assessment. So we deliver a form which following elements: range of cost to be incurred for the implementation of the measure. Range because the cost depend on a lot of elements. And we considered investment cost and annual cost. Then in the form we provide expected benefit for the measure, damage reduction, other economic benefits, environmental benefits. Then the possibility to receive a public fund to the CAP, for example. And on the basis of this element, we provide a qualitative cost assessment. The data are deriving from desk research, survey, and interview with agriculture experts. This is a scheme of the form that we'll deliver. So, to evaluate the cost benefit of each adaptation measure, we have proposed an exemplary model that is essentially based on estimation of the damage avoided through the implementation of the adaptation measure. And so we assume that adverse climate events could cause, with very high probability, an average damage equal or greater than 30% of the value of production. 30% come from literature and some interview that we carry out. Then we take into account also that it's true that some area has a higher risk of other, but climate adverse events are always more unpredictable, so they can strike anywhere. How we can call value production? We use FADN data for typology and economic sites. Quantify the benefit. The benefit of each measure was calculated on its estimated effectiveness to prevent, reduce the damages. And we made the following assumption. If the measure has a high degree of effectiveness, we translate with the capacity to reduce the damage from 70% to 100%. Medium degree we suppose that could reduce the damage from 30% to 70%, low degree 10% to 30%. On this assumption, we estimated the average damage reduction. And then we can consider the other economic benefits that come from improvement of production quality, on the funding that can receive the farmer. And we considered also environmental benefit that it's difficult to quantify in economic way, but they can have a positive economic repercussion because are always more appreciated from consumers. So in the end, we compare the overall average benefit with average cost incurred for the adoption of the measure. And we can calculate some indicators: impact of the net benefit on cost, cost impact on gross production, incidence of the benefit on gross production. And the fifth result on data, average data that we have used, and so come from FADN for the value of production and average cost. And we considered until 2,000 euro per hectare that we consider very high cost. The first result are that if the adoption measure has a high effective, its adoption for farmers is convenient for each average cost considered. Its exception, medium, small wine farms in case of cost per hectare very high, so higher than 2,000 euro per hectare. In case of measure as a low effectiveness or medium effectiveness, instead we have to take, and the costs are high or very high, it's have to take into account other economic benefit and the specificity of the farm. I'm sorry, I don't said that in this case, this result take into account just the benefit that come from the damage avoided. This approach has a limit because it's based on the average data. But the aim is to give an address, a BAF to calculate, and is to point out on the economic damage that adverse climate event can cause, the convenience in adopting climate adaptation measures, and which extent is advisable to implement the adaptation measure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting one. If there are any questions, please, until you think, maybe I have a question. Do you envision that in the future the farmers will be able to access this library in order to, using an application, in order to take a decision?
Yes, yes. The project aim to help a farmer to plan, to choose adaptation mission on the base of the library, the cost, and where they can use, and claim the risk of climate in their area.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. If there are no other questions? No other questions. So we have now another online presentation. I guess. Active transportation in urban environments, Lamia citizens' view for the use of bicycle. We are waiting for the connection. If we have no connection, we'll move forward to an online presentation. The ethics are a very interesting one, I think. The ethics of synthetic meat, a new challenging technology under the ethical scrutiny. Presented by Mr. Luca Lasapio.
Hi, my name is Luca Lo Sapio. I'm here as an intruder, as my colleague Matteo Cresti, because I am a moral philosopher. So maybe my presentation would sound different from the other ones you have heard during these days. So my apologies in advance. Just a short introduction. Sorry, where is the PowerPoint? I have. Please, can you start? Oh, thank you. Just a short introduction, as I was just saying about me and one of my research line. I am assistant professor of moral philosophy and bioethics at the University of Turin. I work at the Department of Philosophy and Education Sciences. I'm also part of Good Food Institute Europe Institute Network, and I'm a member of Good Food Institute Collaborative Research Directory. In Turin, I also work with an EIT food research group involved in different research lines. In particular, we are investigating some possible strategies to improve the acceptance of the consumer's trust in new food systems. Why food? Why are we trying to imagine and developing new food technologies? The idea we assume as a starting point of our reflection is that our time is running out. We have little time left to avoid the precipice. And to make it possible to mitigate the impact of our activities and the activities related to conventional food production system. This is coherent also with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Farm to Fork strategy of European Union, within which our EIT food project is collocated. Just to give you an idea, industrial animal agriculture is considered to be responsible of 14.5% of anthropogenic greenhouse gases emissions, of soil and water depletion, consumption, and it has an impact on human health, and it entails the slaughtering of billions of animals. In my activity with the Good Food Institute and EIT Food, I am mainly trying to focus on the ethical aspects raised by animal industrial agriculture and on the ethical aspects raised by the alternative strategies, the alternative technologies conceived to mitigate the impact of meat production and consumption. So in line with Good Food Institute Europe and the EIT Food, I have started to investigate the fascinating world of alternative proteins. Alternative proteins are a vast array of food products, and these products represent alternative sources of proteins, more sustainable and maybe healthier than conventional meat. Public perception on this kind of products is changing. At least in my opinion. Maybe this is the right time to invest on this kind of technologies. For instance, I am thinking about the upcoming referendum in Switzerland to ban factory farming or the Netherlands ban to meat adverts in public spaces. Anyway, as I was saying, there are different sources of alternative proteins. Amongst them, synthetic meat could be a good tool to contrast the environmental problems raised by conventional meat production methods due to the low greenhouse gases emission rates, the low percentage of water and soil required to support this technology. Just a few words to picture this technology. Cultivated meat, synthetic meat, there are different labels we can use to indicate this kind of product. Cultivated meat or synthetic meat is meat obtained through a process of multiplication and differentiation of cells harvested from living animals through a biopsy. Although there are several advantages in using this technology, a certain number of authors and of people in general raise challenging issues, challenging questions against the production and consumption of synthetic meat. Let's consider a few of them, just to have a sketch of what I'm trying to picture. The argument from repugnance, the naturalness argument, the argument of diverting attention from goals which are much more significant, and the argument of job loss. The first one, many consumers declare that this kind of product is repugnant. Picking up cells in order to make them grow and then giving them to consumers for consumption is something disturbing for somebody. Some authors, the second point, underline that this product is not natural, so we should be skeptical in general about its possible use and diffusion. The third point, some others believe synthetic meat could constitute a threat to the development and diffusion on the market of other more sustainable and healthier products, such as, for example, plant-based meat. Finally, somebody note that a lot of jobs would be lost due to the development of this kind of technology and the processes of automation associated with it. So we cannot dismiss too easily these arguments. However, none of them, in my opinion, seem to be convincing. The first one, repugnance shouldn't be the only guide when taking moral decisions. Sometimes we can also be misguided by this feeling. Moreover, we shouldn't forget that repugnance is also culturally driven, and what is perceived as disgusting now could be considered appealing in the future. The second, the category of nature, and the other words associated with it, natural, naturalness, and so on, shouldn't be overestimated. In fact, something natural could be dangerous for human beings. Instead, something unnatural, synthetic, artificial, could be beneficial. So we have to consider in a critical way this category. And this category, another thing I suppose should be underlined, this category doesn't represent the state of affairs with regard to conventional meat production. So if we want to use it to distinguish the current methods of food production to the methods involving synthetic meat, we are, in my opinion, misinterpreting reality. Finally, synthetic meat should not be used as a panacea to all evils. So we should continue to support all the useful strategies included, for example, plant-based meat, to contrast global problems, all the global problems we are involved with, we have to cope with. The last point is the loss of job. Maybe this is an argument more appealing, but I think that the transition to a more sustainable food system could imply the loss of thousands of jobs. This is a right argument. However, this is not a ultimate argument to deny the introduction of new food models and new food systems. Instead, it could be an argument to suggest the need to intensify the strategies which could be helpful to give a good direction to this changing, including the transformation of job market in general. All things considered, and I am going to conclude, we should note that given the current global problems we have to cope with, all the strategies we could benefit from ought to be used. So we know there is a urgent need to change our lifestyles with regard to food consumption, and we know that it is not sufficient to intervene just from one angle. Nevertheless, I think synthetic meat could meet our request for a more sustainable and more ethical meat production system. So we should continue to monitor this technology, and we shouldn't underestimate the ethical dilemmas it raises, but we should also be confident that we are handling a potentially good ally to fight against the current problems of our planet. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I must sincerely state that I hope this won't happen in my lifetime, to eat artificial meat and artificial cheese and things like this, but who knows?
I think that we are going to a precipice. We have no time left, so we have to use all the helpful tools to contrast this kind of precipice. So synthetic meat, other strategies of geoengineering, for example, to capture carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Everything you could use is something which can contrast, which can help contrasting the problems we are dealing with, we are coping with in our planet. So this is my opinion.
Okay, of course. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, no problem.
Okay.
I just said I hope I won't be alive when this will happen.
I think this is a question of taste,
Yes,
maybe. But we have no time for tasting judgments. Now this is time for moral judgments.
Okay. If there are any questions or opinions, it seems to be a very interesting theme, I guess. You can also, in my opinion, when you make a grill with your friends, you have a glass of wine. This is something beyond the pure need to eat. That's my opinion, of course. No. Okay.
No question.
Thank you again. Thank you again. We move now to another online presentation. I hope evaluation of business student satisfaction from internship by using a multi-criteria method. A case study from Greece and presented by Mr. Stamatios Natsos, who is online now. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. This presentation is more quantitative than the previous one. I am Stamatis Danos. I come from the University of West Attica. It is in the Egaleo area in Greece. And we have applied a methodology that is known as multi-criteria satisfaction analysis, abbreviated as MUSA, to study the satisfaction of the students, of our students, concerning the internship programs, the programs for practical on-job training. So we have a case study from our university to present. The most interesting part, I think, is the applied methodology on this paper. So the research investigates the satisfaction of business school students of UNIWA, University of West Attica, from the internship program. Unfortunately, many universities in Greece are not determined to apply the internship program, but we think it is very crucial because the students have an eye, first contact with the job market and the world of businesses. So we find that the internship program is a program that should be looked upon. So this analysis, we apply the questionnaire to our students, and this is how it works. You can have a set of questions, and the questions may be on a 5-point Likert scale, maybe qualitative, and the methodology, the Musa methodology, can identify the questions, the group of questions, and can assign weights. So the multi-criteria analysis that follows, the weights are not given by experts, they are given by the method. This is the original part. So our questionnaire, our structured questionnaire, consisted of 4 group of questions, and the factors, the criteria that we wanted to focus are the ones that you see on the slide. The implementation company, we had some questions about the company that applied the internship program for the student, the object of the internship. So there was a series of questions on the job description and the tasks that the student was given to fulfill. And also there was a series of questions about internship organization on part of the university and the internship effectiveness. And at the end of the questionnaire, there is a variable, the dependent variable, that is the total satisfaction of the student. So I have a very brief introduction, theoretical part. I will try to be very brief. So Nelson Mandela, in a speech that gave a few years ago, emphasized on education. And he said that it is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. So what is crucial is that education is not only the education, the knowledge that we are given by the school system, the educational system, and the universities. It consists essentially of all the knowledge that the person acquires throughout his life. Therefore, the education received in schools, universities, and also the training programs, the lifelong education programs, is a part of the education of a person, but the education includes other sources, such as knowledge gained through the occupational and social experience. One of those aspects of education, in my opinion, is the occupational part. So Greece has a high percentage of formal education, since most of the graduates, most of the population between 25 and 34 are graduates of at least upper secondary education. On the other hand, Greece has one of the highest percentages among the OECD countries on the unemployment rate in general, but also it is logical for the tertiary education graduate, which is around 1 in 4 persons who finish university have no job. So an intern, someone who is doing an internship, a training program, is considered someone who is working on a temporary position with, which is emphasized on the education part rather than the job, on-job part training. Thus, an internship is similar in several aspects to an apprenticeship. So the internship program is very, very beneficial for students because it makes students know how the business works. And most of the times it is the first time a student gets to know how is the business world. Also for the companies that offer quality internships have the opportunity to create a pool of valuable human resources. Through this pool, they can draw capable future executives, they can upgrade their corporate image, they can promote their reputation as employees. Also, the cooperation between cooperations are always beneficial for all parts. Between universities and businesses, those cooperations are very crucial and must be strengthened because sometimes there is a gap between theoretical knowledge and the practical job. By focusing on this, the internship programs, we applied data collection through a structured questionnaire. We used a very small sample of 73 business students from our university. In our university, the internship program is not obligatory. So a student may choose to have an essay, or may choose to have an internship for 6 months, or may choose to have 3 courses instead of all those. So that the students that select the internship program are not very much, there are not many students on those programs. So our sample is quite limited, considering this aspect. We applied the data analysis by using the MUSAB method, which was proposed by Grigoroudis and Siskos. This method, as I previously mentioned, resembles the regression analysis. So there is a dependent variable. In our case, it is the student satisfaction, the dependent variable. And we have some independent variables that are assigned some weights. The independent variables are the criteria that I previously mentioned concerning the internship program. So the methodology evaluates the satisfaction level based on the set of the independent variables. But it can assign weights to the variable. This is called the action diagram, and after the solution of the problem, the independent variables are put into a matrix. So this is the action diagram. There are 4 areas. On the vertical axis of the diagram, we can see the performance. This is the satisfaction in our case, vertically. It can be low satisfaction or high satisfaction, essentially. And in the horizontal axis, we can see the important, this is the weight of the criteria that was calculated by the method. So if a criteria falls in the status quo box, it means it has low impact on total satisfaction, and it also has a low weight coefficient. So we don't care, maybe. Generally, it says here no action is required. It is the status quo box. What we are interested in is the action opportunity, where a criteria has low impact on total satisfaction, but has high weight. So the weight coefficient is high in this criteria, but the impact is low on the satisfaction. So the action opportunity, it says here that it is in the bottom right corner of the diagram. These are the criteria that need attention. And also our interest should turn on leverage opportunity area, where these areas can be considered as competitive advantage for us. They have high weight and they contribute high to satisfaction. So after the solution, the criteria will be put in this map, in this diagram. This is the demographic of the sampling. We have some students that are following the old course syllabus and some students that are following our new course syllabus, and so I will go on. Let's go on to the results. We can see that the overall satisfaction from the internship programs that the university offers is very high. It is amounted around 95%. And in this diagram, we can see the weight that was calculated for each criteria. As we can see, the criterion of internship organization has the highest weight. It has a weight of 55%. So this criteria impacts the total satisfaction index of the students the most. So we should be organized, this diagram says, concerning our internship programs. The second weight, the second most important weight was put on implementation company. Around 20, this weight is 20%, and the other ones are lower. And this is the total satisfaction for each criteria. We can see here that the criteria that leads to the highest total satisfaction is the internship organization, followed by the implementation company. And I will go on to the action diagram. Let me remind you that on the left bottom area are the criteria of status quo. So those criteria have a low impact on satisfaction, total satisfaction, but also have a low weight coefficient. So it seems that the students are not very much interested on the object of the internship or the effectiveness, but are mostly interested in the organization of the internship programs, and they are partially interested in the implementation company. So our competitive advantage area shows that the internship organization is of utmost priority. So I have some conclusions here. I don't want to be repetitive. The internship can be a competitive point for universities. We should support those programs because they connect the university to society and real businesses. The satisfaction concerning the student internship is high for the University of West Africa. The most crucial criteria which more emphasis should be put on is the object of the internship and the internship effectiveness. And the university policymakers should continue to invest in internship programs since they are beneficial for both parties. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, I will gladly answer.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes, we all acknowledge the importance of internship in the learning process of our students. So I think it's a very interesting presentation and paper. So if anybody has any questions, please address them now. Well, it seems we have no questions.
Thank you very much for your,
Thank you for being with us. All the best. And now we have, we have left behind the paper because of connection problems. It seems that they weren't solved. So this concludes our section number 10 for today. So we have a break until 15 minutes or so. Thank you very much for attending this section and for listening to the presentations.
proceed with the last session of the conference. Please take your seats so that we can begin. Νομίζω είμαστε... Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Delis, and I come from the School of Veterinary Medicine in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece. I will be the chairperson for the HAICTA 2022 last, but hopefully not least, session. Before we begin, I would kindly ask the speakers within the session to briefly introduce themselves before beginning their presentations. And I think we're ready to move on to the first presentation of the session. I would like to call to the podium Mrs. Paraskevii Agrafioti. Mrs. Agrafioti will talk to us about fumigation, monitoring, and modeling of hopper bottom rail cars loaded with corn grits. Mrs. Agrafioti, the audience is yours.
Hello from my side. My name is Paraskevii Agrafioti. I am an entomologist at Laboratory of Entomology and Agricultural Zoology, University of Thessaly. And I'm going to present to you the fumigation monitoring and modeling of hopper bottom rail cars loaded with concretes. Let's give you first some information about phosphine. What is phosphine? Phosphine, it is a toxic gas, but it is the most commonly used gas for fumigation for durable commodities globally. It needs several days to act, corrosive to some materials, and it needs oxygen to be toxic. If we don't have oxygen, phosphine doesn't work, doesn't release. You can see here some chemical reaction, aluminum phosphide and magnesium phosphide. During the last decades, there are some resistant issues because of poor fumigation practices. Concentration is quite low, short duration, 4 days or even 3 days. Gas leakages, and the last one, there is no monitoring. As we know until now, if you don't measure, actually you don't fumigate. Phosphine can be monitored only from outside by using these GLAD tubes or digital machines. And the last one, you know only the concentration, only the specific time of the measurement. You can see here some bins. Those bins are located at Manhattan K-State, and some experiments were conducted there. So the first report about phosphine sensing, it published some years ago at Crop Protection. So they tested the phosphine wireless sensors in a commercial dried fig facility with success. How looks like the sensor today, and some general characteristics. First, airtight cell. Second, long battery life, which is based on the frequency of the measurement. Extensively tested in the field, and I say here extensively because we have done many trials in the field by using these sensors. And the last one, it is easy quite to use it. But it is not only a device, it is not only another device, another sensor. Behind of this, there is a platform. This is the innovation here, the platform, an advanced stored product protection platform, which is based on software and hardware. This platform can provide you prediction of good fumigation. You can watch the measurement at any time, whenever you are, even at your mobile phone. So you understand that the sensor is not, it is a decision support tool. It's not only a device. Phosphine distribution and CFD in silos. CFD is a mathematical model, computational fluid dynamics, have been developed for phosphine fumigations, for phosphine fumigation studies by many research groups. This model has been developed and validated in silos. I will give you here an example. On this side, you can see the phosphine distribution after 3 days, 5 days, and 7 days. And on the right side, you can see the insect mortality. So the red color indicates the insect mortality. So this model has been validated in containers at 40 ppm and at 40 feet and 20 feet containers, and at different structures like bunkers, bulk grains. And the aim of the present study was actually to evaluate the effectiveness of real-world fumigation in rail cars. And my question here is, why in rail cars? Because rail cars are a common method of moving commodities in the US, but not only in the US, Australia, and I think less in Europe, but I'm not pretty sure in Europe. So what did we do? Collected fumigation data from rail cars, and the second one, model a Hooper rail car loaded with product, with concretes. So you can see here the 3D rail car. The rail car is separated by 3 hoopers, first, second, and third, and with the red colors are the locations, the fumigant positions, actually, front, middle, and the back. And with the black bullets are the names and the locations of our phosphine wireless sensors, sensor A, B, C, and D. So the rail car started from Iowa to Chicago, Chicago to St. Louis. So the final destination was St. Louis, and the trip took over 8 days. You can see here the different locations, these bags, these red bags with our phosphine sensors. So let's see the results. Rail car monitoring data. In the x-axis, you can see the fumigation period, fumigation in transit, 8 days, and the y-axis, you can see the phosphine concentration. We observed here some spikes, and the phosphine concentration reached over 1,600 ppm. This is a video. Okay. This is a simulation, how phosphine moves inside it in the treated area within the concrete. So we observed that phosphine concentration is quite high, reached actually over 500 ppm during the fumigation. But we have done another experiment, penetration experiment, phosphine penetration into concretes. So we worked here with barrels, with different barrels, and you can see here some spots. The spots were measured after 2 days, 4 days, 6 days, and 8 days by using this machine, the Dragger XAM by the Dragger company. So we have prepared actually some vials, including resistant and susceptible populations to phosphine. We work with the Lesengrain borer, the Rhizoperta dominica, and the red flower beetle, the Tribolium castaneum, and these vials have been placed at different depths inside in the treated area. So let's see the results here after 2, 4, 6, and 7 days, and you can see the different depths and the phosphine concentration of the y-axis. So we observed that we started actually from 400 ppm at the first day of the measurement, and after that, after 4, 6, and 8 days, the phosphine concentration is equally distributed. After the termination of each fumigation, when we work with the barrels, we checked if our insects, the exposed insects, are effective or are affected, or if they are alive, or if they are dead. So we observed that 100% mortality was detected for all tested populations, for susceptible populations, and for resistant populations to phosphine. So conclusions. The results show that the CFD fumigation model was validated with Hooper bottom rail cars. This is the first study about rail cars. We observed fluctuation during the day and during the night, and the CFD model can provide a fumigation in transit plan. This work was published actually at Journal of Biosystem Engineering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sagrafiotti. Do we have any questions for Ms. Sagrafiotti?
Thank you a lot for your presentation. Were there any differences from Hooper to Hooper, from A, B, and C Hoopers?
No.
Oh, okay.
We observed exactly the same. The phosphine concentration, as you can see in the video, actually is gathered at the headspace of the rail car. And this is the position that we actually place the fumigant source.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr. Grafiotti.
Thank you.
And I believe we can move on to the next presentation. I would like to welcome Professor Luis Quintanova to the podium. Professor Quintanova will talk to us about linking landscape pattern and human disturbance on a regional level, a case study in Beira Interior region, Portugal.
Good afternoon. My name, as it was told, Luis Quintanova. I came from the Polytechnic University of Castelo Branco, the Agrarian School, and I will present a communication about the linking landscape pattern and human disturbance on a regional level. And I will present a case study in the Beira Interior region. I will present that region. It's in the center interior of Portugal. The objectives of this study is to analyze the temporal and spatial characteristics of the landscape pattern or landscape mosaic and human disturbance in the process of land use change in mainly rural territories between 1995 and 2018. Also to explore the relationship between the landscape pattern metrics that are indices that measure the geometric attributes of the landscape and the disturbance caused by different land uses. A disturbance could be a little bit strong, but the change for more intensive uses in the landscape. For that, we use the MROB index to quantify the degree of human disturbance and the relationship between MROB indexes and landscape pattern metrics in that region. This is the meaning of MROB index for these authors. It's an integrated indicator used to express the impacts on ecosystems associated with human-induced disturbance in a landscape. Also, the landscape metrics are measurable units of landscape composition and act as a surrogate for change, allowing for the description and quantification of spatial patterns and ecological process over time and space. It's used in the landscape ecology. It's not a science, but a discipline that uses those indices to express the configuration of the landscape. The principle for this study is that normally when you have changes in the land use for a more impactant or more intensive use, normally you have also changes in the landscape pattern associated to those changes of use. This is the region. It's composed by two subregions, Beira Interior region, it's Beira Baixa in the south, and Beira and Serra da Estrela, the mountains in the it's in the center interior of Portugal, near the border with Spain. The population has it's a low density population, about 30 inhabitants per square kilometer. It's very low. It's mainly forest, agroforestry, the system of Montado. In Spain, they call, it's similar, but it's Dehesa. It's a multifunctional land use system. And also agricultural land, also important. What we see in this territory, mainly trends in terms of land use. I think it's more or less the same in other Mediterranean countries, like Greece, Italy. That's intensification of the land uses. We have the traditional olive groves in mosaic with other uses, but the tendency is to implement intensive and super intensive olive plantations. In this region, it's what happens now. Also, the not traditional, but the less intensive forest of production is changing to eucalyptus trees plantations. This forest, the initial forest has different species, mainly pine trees and also some eucalyptus trees, but now the trend is to change to eucalyptus plantations, very dense ones. And also we have some extensification also, for instance, in this Montado system of cork oak, is a traditional agro-silvopastoral system, very sustainable. Now it's changing to abandoned Montado. Of course, in terms of fauna and flora species, it's very good because it has a more diverse woodland. It's changing for if you don't have management in those systems, that's what it happens. In terms of methodology, we use the land use, land cover databases, Portuguese ones, but very similar to Korean land cover, for 1995, 2007, and 2018. And those databases, those maps, were used to calculate the landscape indices for 121 quadrats of 10 square kilometers each. And for the calculation of the landscape index, we use the patch analyst extension of ArcGIS. Also, the land use, land cover classes were categorized in a scale of MROB levels. MROB levels has to be with the degree of disturbance that range from aerobic. It doesn't exist in Europe, at least. It's no any use is implemented, to meta-aerobic, that's biocenosis completely destroyed. Also, it's very rare in this scale of this study. In small scales or in large scales, normally it could happen. The average value was calculated for each 10 square kilometers quadrat. For the landscape configuration, for the quantification of the landscape pattern, we use those metrics, those 5 metrics. Mean patch size, mean shape index, total edge, mean patch fractal dimension, it's a measure of complexity, and mean perimeter area ratio, also a measure of complexity. Also, it was also calculated the average value for each quadrat, and we also used the SPSS for the statistical correlations between landscape metrics and MROB index values to comprove if exists any relation between those indicators. This is only to a quick view. It's the categorization of the land use polygons in MROB levels. It was adapted in this study. It was adapted from this table. As you can see, that goes from the less disturbed landscape to the high disturbed landscape, like urban settlements, for instance. This is an explanation of the landscape metrics. The mean patch size, it's the total area divided by the number of patches, exactly. The mean shape index, it measures the average polygon shape. In terms of complexity, it has to be with the perimeter. If the MSE is greater than 1, normally it's greater than 1, but equals 1 when the polygons are totally circles. And then the level of complexity is higher than that. The total edge is the sum of the perimeter of all land use polygons, the limits, the border of the different polygons. It's similar with the mean shape index. And those mean patch fractal dimension and mean perimeter area ratio are measures of complexity, also proposed by different authors. Here you can see you cannot notice the differences between 1995 and 2018, but what happens is that for agricultural areas and for pastures, the total area diminishes during this period. And for forest and semi-natural areas, it increases during this period. For the other uses, we don't have changes, at least important ones. About the results of using the landscape metrics, the patch analyst extension was used, and we have different tables divided in class level. Class level has to be with the different uses considered. The relation, the indices applied only for special land uses, and the landscape level has to be with all patches in the landscape, all polygons in the landscape. Are different levels of measuring the landscape. Here are the results of the application of the Merobi index. If you see, we have no significant changes between 1995 and 2018, but we see that we have changes in different regions, in different areas inside the region. And we'll see those results. This value of 3 points between 3.62 and 3.65 corresponds to AOM aerobic level that's moderate to strong human impacts. Here we can see the correlations between the landscape metrics and the MRB level. At the landscape level, the mean perimeter area ratio is important to describe the modifications in the landscape. For the class level analysis, we see that for agricultural areas, pastures, and semi-natural areas, the mean patch size is important to describe those modifications. And also the mean perimeter area ratio is important to describe the changes in agricultural areas and pastures. Here, what I'm saying, at the landscape level, the index mean perimeter area ratio showed a strong negative correlation for all the dates, the periods, all the moments, I say. At the class level, mean patch size and mean perimeter area ratio showed significant correlation with the MRB index. For the case of the semi-natural areas, only the mean patch size show correlations. significant correlations. Here you can see the changes for the different parts of the region. At yellow, you see the MROB index value decreased. It becomes more natural. And in the red areas, the MROB index value increased. This is this explanation. What happens is that the tensions could be related to the land abandonment that induced an increase in semi-natural areas in the east part of the region, and an increase in the intensive monocultural forest in the west part of the region. It's more mountain areas that have changed to a pattern of monocultural forest uses. Conclusions. We can conclude that the landscape metrics could be appropriate for describing the MRB level of the landscape and for predicting the possible changes of vegetation basal naturalness at the regional scale, confirming the results of previous studies in different countries. At the landscape level, the mean perimeter area ratio showed a significant statistical connection with the MRB index. At the class level, mean patch size and mean perimeter area ratio show significant statistical connection with the MRB index for agricultural areas, patches, and semi-natural areas. Also, the use of a set of structural and MRB indicators can be useful for planners and decision makers to analyze trends in land use patterns at the regional level and to the design of the new policies for reducing the anthropic impacts on ecosystems. We didn't make that relation, but could be interesting to compare the regional policies during this period with the changes in the landscape also. It could be done that analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Quintanova. Do we have any questions for Professor? I would like to make one, if you don't mind.
Of course.
I've noticed that you told us that the mean patch size and the mean perimeter area ratio were reduced as far as agricultural and land and pastures were concerned. I don't know if I'm right, if I took your results right.
Now, we noticed that is a correlation between those landscape metrics that you refer and the changes in the degree of MROB.
Mm-hmm. Were these changes associated with population increases or decreases in the various parts of the region? Because I've noticed that
yes, normally the decrease in population, when you have decrease in population, of course you have decrease in management. And if you don't have management of these cultural systems, the montado systems, then what happens is that naturally the vegetation grows and develops, and because those systems are maintained by the population. The problem is that population become older and older. Like in Greece, we have the areas with the oldest population in Europe. And those areas, some of those areas belong to this region. And it's impossible we don't have enough population to maintain those systems that are extensive but need some input, of course, with cattle to manage the vegetation, to extract the cork from the trees, and also to cut some trees to wood, to energy. Of course, all that needs people to do it, and the people is decreasing the population, and also is becoming older and older. That's a problem, yes.
As in Greece as well, in rural areas.
We have some also different, how you say, different cases where you have new farmers that go to these areas and promote agriculture and forestry. But those are only small examples in the
in the wider picture.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much.
If we don't have any more questions. No. Moving on to the next presentation, we must connect to Associate Professor Nikos Petrelis. Good afternoon, Professor.
Let me share my screen.
Professor Petrelis will talk to us about an extensible disease classification tool that can be dynamically trained by the end user.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my full screen presentation now. Good. Well, the paper I present is entitled Extensible Disease Classification Tool that can be dynamically trained by the end user, who can be, for example, an agronomist. This tool is capable of classifying images displaying sick plant parts as well as other cases, for example, human or animal skin disorders. It is based on earlier applications that were called plant disease and skin disease and have also been presented in this conference a few years ago. It was redesigned using Microsoft Xamarin platform, and thus it can be deployed on Android or iOS smartphones. The images displaying either a plant or a skin disorder can be classified in this classification environment based on the features of the lesions appearing on a plant leaf, for example, or on the skin. The new services that have been included in the last version of this tool is that the diagnosis rules are dynamically loaded without requiring recompilation. And the features extracted when a new photograph is analyzed can be used to automatically train the tool on new diseases using a relatively small training set. The disease classification is a powerful assistant for end users such as agronomists who can extend the tool for the support of a number of new diseases. This is the flow that is followed. In the main application, because we have two applications actually, as you're going to see, the main application, the main classification application starts by selecting the rules file, then selecting the specific image. This image is segmented into 4 regions of interest. These regions of interest are the background, which we ignore, the normal part of the leaf, the spots, and the halo around the spots with a specific, which is a zone with a specific width. Then for these regions of interest, the features are extracted. The list of the features, you're going to see them in a following slide. And based on the feature values, the disease grading takes place, which leads actually to the disease classification. As you can see, after the step of feature extraction, if we are in the training phase, a statistical processing can take place using a companion tool, smartphone application also, which prepares a rules file. So if we follow the loop and use a number of training photographs to train the tool for a new disease, and then another set of training photographs for a second disease, etc., then the new rules file that will be created can be used as an extended of the already implemented disease support. For example, you can see here a leaf, and this is the segmentation process on the right. If we assume that the yellow parts of the leaf are the abnormal situation, we call them spots, then after the segmentation takes place, the background is in white, which means it is ignored. The spots are in black, the normal leaf is in gray, and around the spots there is a zone, halo we call it, of specific width that may have some special interest in some diseases. These are the basic pages of the main classification tool. It starts by selecting, for example, the interface language, and then by selecting the range rule, the range rules file. Here, the one we have selected is called new tomato rules.txt. And we also can select some other options, which I'm not going to analyze right now. A second page may appear if we do not select the default to limit comparison that takes place for each range. I'm going to explain later what this means. Then at the left, at the right, the main page where the photograph is selected, and the segmentation takes place according to some thresholds for the background and for the spot. As you can see at the far right, we can also display the histograms that are created, the color histograms that are created for each region of interest, for each color. And finally, at the bottom right, you can see the page where the results are displayed with the sorting of the diseases according to their grade. The list of the features that are used for the classification is displayed in this slide. We use the number of spots that have been detected, the spot area as a fraction of the lesion spots compared to the whole leaf, for example, the average gray level of the spots, the normal part and the hollow part of the leaf. And then we have several features that concern the histograms that are created. As I said earlier, several histograms are created for the different regions of interest, for different colors. And what we are interested in these histograms, which usually contain only a single lobe, is that we expect that photographs displaying similar diseases would have lobes in the histograms which were also similar. But instead of trying to match the lobes using more complicated methods, we have selected to just compare the start, the peak, and the end of each lobe. So we have an overall of 27 features that concern the histogram lobes. Here are the example lobes I mentioned earlier for a specific part of the leaf, for a specific region of interest. And here the classification rule is displayed. You don't have to worry about the maths. It's just, I can just give you the main concept, is that a feature value is compared to various ranges, strict ranges going to loose ranges, which have been defined during training. If the new feature value, the feature value from the new image that is analyzed, falls only to the external loose range, then it gets a single grade. If it is within the strict ranges, it gets a higher grade, and all the grades from the various features are simply added in order to do the sorting. Now, as I said, the main innovation of this work compared to older works that we have presented is that it can be trained automatically by the end user. Let's see how this procedure is performed. If we analyze a single image, then the following page is the one shown at the left. I mean, within the main classification application, which is called Disease Classifier version 1. And all these numbers here are the whole list of features and the values extracted for the specific image. If we had moved to the classification results, okay, we would press next. But if we are in the training stage, we simply click on the train button. Then we return back and select another image from the training set, analyze it, press train again, return back, analyze the next image, press train again. If we finish with all the training images of a specific single disease, then This tool has added all the necessary statistically processed information in a single file with a default name. Then if we return back and continue with other photographs that belong to a different disease, again, a new file will be created with a default file name. And then at the end, having gathered all the statistical information for all the supported diseases in the new rules that we're gonna generate, then we can move to the companion tool, which is called Disease Classification Trainer, and is shown in the middle of this slide. The first step is to select a range file, which is one of the multiple files we have created earlier, one for each disease. We select the statistics file and we add ranges as a second step. But before we add the ranges, we have to define the name of the disease and some message that we would like to be displayed in the classification results. For example, a message that would guide the producer to visit, for example, a page and find more information about how to handle and how to treat a disease. Then as a fourth stage, after we have finished all the adding the ranges for all the new diseases that will have to be supported, we give a new rules file name. For example, new tomato rules. We saw this name earlier in the previous slide when we started the application, and press generate rules. And then this new name, when we return back to the disease classifier application, is selected at the first page so that we can analyze new new images and let them be classified within one of the diseases that we have recently trained our tool. So in conclusions, a pair of mobile disease classification and training tools has been described. The employed classification method is simple and can be implemented efficiently on a smartphone with a remarkable accuracy that is achieved with a relatively small training set. We do not have to use very large training sets of thousands of photographs as happens with the case of neural networks, for example. The architecture of the developed applications and the nature of the employed classification scheme allows the extension of the supported set of diseases by the end user, who can be, for example, an agronomist or somebody who is not qualified in computer science. Now, in our future work, more sophisticated background segmentation will be followed. We will try to avoid the dependency on specific thresholds, and the quality of the segmentation is currently assessed interactively by the user, but this does not allow a training to be performed using, for example, a batch mode, where we guide the tool to use 100 photographs and do automatically the training. Then alternative classification methods can also be tested as long as they are extendable and allow the end user to work on this type of extension. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Petrelis. Do we have any questions? I have one, if you don't mind, Professor.
You're welcome.
Do the new files created by the end user during the reopening of the learning/teaching loop, are they also uploaded and fed back to the application developer? Or do they stay in the specific device where the application... excuse me. Do you need to have some water?
Excuse me, hard cough. Can you repeat, please?
Would you need to drink some water before we...
No, it's okay. But unfortunately, I have not listened to your question.
Yes. My question focused on the new data created by the end user while reopening his or her teaching/learning tool. Are these files also uploaded to feed back the platform developer, or do they stay within the specific device where the application is used?
Yes, I understand. No, they are property of the developer, of the end user. the developer that created the tool does not know anything about the new rules file that have been created by the end user. So it's a nice way to support the agronomists if they are, for example, try to extend these tools for cultivations in their area that have not been supported by already trained models.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If we don't have any more questions, Professor, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
And we can move on to our next presentation. I would like to welcome Dr. Dimitrios Kyromitis. Excuse me? Mr. Soon to be doctor? Soon to be doctor. Mr. Kyromitis will talk to us about a proposed low-cost data logging system to monitor migratory bird activity.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. My name is Dimitrios Kyromitis, and I'm embedded software engineering in MCSL, Microcomputer System Laboratory in the University of Ioannina, at the Department of Mathematics. And on behalf of my co-authors, in collaboration with the Department of Biological Application Technology, I will present you a proposed low-cost data logging system to monitor migratory birds activity. Okay. Here's a table of contents for our presentation. I will briefly start with the introduction, where we will see a description of our research aims. So before doing that, let's say a few words about birds migration. Birds migration is a fundamental stage in their life history. They travel from between geographically distinct locations in order to take advantage of the changes, of the climate changes, and support their productivity and their overall survival. So usually birds migrate during spring and autumn, and occurring at specific periods determined by the endogenous circadian and circannual rhythms. As a result, when the birds are kept in captivity, they develop an intense nocturnal activity during these periods, named migratory restlessness, which, thinking of it, it's a pretty difficult word to say without damaging your tongue. So I will skip it and go to the aims of our research. So in our research, we tried to create an activity monitoring system, which we named MCSL birds, based on low-cost, commercially available passive infrared sensors. PIRS for now on. Let's move on to proposed system and see the architecture and functionality first of all. So the functionality is pretty simple. We implemented some PIRS sensors inside cages. The PIRS sensors are activated whenever they detect any movement inside the cages from the birds, and they store the duration of the movement in CSV files, which are accessible by mobile phones through BLE, Bluetooth Low Energy, to the users, to the end users. So this is the LAD data logging end node device. As you can see, I'm not a perfect photographer, but I believe you can see the components of the board. So the board contains 32-bit ARM CPU with Bluetooth Low Energy. It has 20 GPIO pins where the PIRS sensors are connected, the micro SD card to save the data, and the micro USB cable to power our device. These are the famous PIRS sensors. In the back of them, there have two triggers. One is for the sensitivity and delay. Those two triggers play a huge role on something we will see in a while, because it gave us the capability to control when they will be activated, and the sensitivity, of course, and how long a movement should have been happening in order to start recording. So we created the mobile application, which consists of these 6 buttons. It's pretty easy to use. The first button redirects us to a page where we can see all the available Bluetooth devices. We choose the peer sensor we want to take the data it has recorded, and then it's always this page where we can see the duration of each recording counted in microseconds, and in the end we can see the total movement duration. So what makes MCSL BERT an innovative system? In order to create something innovative, we set two KPIs. The first one is we wanted our device to be low cost, so we used cheap and commercially available sensors that made the total cost of our device does not exceed 60 euros. And then we wanted the device to be low power. This was a challenge, and in order to do that, we programmed peer sensors to be deactivated whenever there is no motion detected. In this way, they were activated only where the birds were moving for a while, for the delay we set. And in this way, we achieved our device to operate for 3 months using the help of a PV panel and a deep depletion PV battery. Okay, let's move on to the preliminary experimentation where we had our setup. We used two house power-offs for 3 consecutive days. Both were kept on natural photoperiodic with food and water provided ad libitum. The sensors were mounted, as you can see, on the top of the cages, lined with a cotton cloth, so in order to avoid visual contact between individuals. And this is our result. Both individuals showed high activity during early in the morning, followed by a mid-drop in activity, and a subsequent peak during the evening hours. So when we see these results, we knew that it was confirmed that our monitoring system collected data accurately, and it could be used in future research projects. So to conclude, what we've made is a new low-cost and low-power system in order to process data logging migration birds activity during the seasonal migration periods. And our preliminary experimentation showed that our system can accurately capture birds activity time in cages. So what left to do? So as a future work, we need to test the proposition and inclusion to a separate activity in users' mobile application. And we need to test the ability and the experimentation to detect bird activity in the natural environment, gathering points, or near some nests. So that's all of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kyromitis. Do we have any questions? I have one.
Please.
Who are you offering this system to? Who will be the end users that you believe that will benefit the most from using your system?
The end users and not users will be those who want to run some research on the birds migration. So maybe to see how climate change affects birds migration, or to see anything that has to do with this. So our main purpose is to achieve and have these devices in the wild, in the forests, and provide data, provide knowledge to the experts, to people studying about birds and the wildlife, and provide them with this data in order to see how it affects how climate change and maybe the wildlife affects their behavior.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
If we don't have any more questions, I think we have reached the final presentation of the conference. We need to connect to Dr. Stamatios Danos. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the honors of the last presentation.
Dr. Danos will talk to us about measuring customer satisfaction using multi-criteria analysis methods. And specifically, he will present us the case of Thesgala cooperative milk vending machines. Dr. Danos, the audience is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor. We had a series of papers in this conference concerning the application of the Musa methodology. This is a multi-criteria methodology that aims to evaluate total satisfaction. In this case study, we are trying to demonstrate how we can access the satisfaction of the users of this agricultural cooperative that was known to as Thesgala. You want milk. This was an agricultural cooperative that unfortunately ran into economic problems and is currently ceased activities. But anyhow, the purpose of this presentation is not the economic analysis, but the satisfaction of the customer analysis. So this research aimed to measure customer satisfactions who buy milk from the milk vending machines of the Thesgala cooperative. This innovative agricultural cooperative had the idea to use milk automatic vending machines to provide with fresh milk to citizens. More specifically, our paper tried to investigate the overall satisfaction of the users, of the milk users, of the customers, by using 5 criteria. The criteria are the product services, the store branches network, the human resources, the customer service, and the pricing policy of the cooperative. To evaluate customer satisfaction is a big challenge for businesses and for economic students because satisfaction is linked to success. In our country, in Greece, we have a significant number of agricultural cooperatives, and agricultural cooperatives in modern economies are crucial, especially in a country like Greece, because we are counting on the primary sector to contribute to the growth of the GDP, of the gross national product. So it is considered to be a key pillar for the national economy's recovery, the primary sector. So in this aspect, agricultural cooperatives hope to stand in a highly competitive business environment, to formulate strategies and innovative ideas, and furthermore to enhance customer satisfaction. This cooperative was founded in 2011 by a group of innovative farmers, cow milk farmers, that had the idea to use these automatic vending machines and provide with fresh milk, with daily milk, in competitive prices, mainly in city centers. So this was a good idea. The company had a very good evolution. The cooperation resembled to me like a gazelle company, like created lots of profits the first years of operation. And in 2013, created a good network of 8 automatic vending machines within the regions of Larissa, Thessaloniki, and Athens. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, this innovative idea failed due to economic debts. So this company right now has declared bankruptcy and is trying to recover, maybe find a new investor and fight more for this idea. I hope they don't stop the idea. So the methodology of our research We used a structured questionnaire. The questionnaire is provided by research on the Musa methodology. So the criteria and the questions are already set by previous research. And we used a sample within the prefecture of Attica from Athens. We took 500 users of these vending machines, and we applied the questionnaires to them. The methodology is the Musa method. There is a program in Windows. It is called the Musa for Windows that you can use to input the questionnaires and have the results. It resembles like regression modeling. It has the dependent variable, which is the total satisfaction of the customer, and this satisfaction includes some independent variables. Those are the criteria, and the model, the Musa methodology, calculates by the respondent answers. It can calculate the weights of its criteria. So in each criteria, it can assign a weight based on the total satisfaction and the answer on the specific criteria. So what we're trying to do with Musa is to create this diagram. This is a call to action diagram. So to help the end user on following some business strategy. So the criteria are put into this graph, into this matrix, and it includes 4 areas. The bottom left area is the status quo area. If a criteria is put into this area, as we can see from the axis of the graph, the vertical axis is the performance, the total satisfaction in our case. It has two categories, low and high. So it is considered to have low satisfaction for the user and also a low weight, a low importance. So it is in this case that no action is required with the status quo box. Similar, on the other hand, we can see on the bottom right corner of the graph, the action opportunity area. The action opportunity is a criteria which was assigned a high coefficient by the method, a high weight. So the importance is high, but the performance, the contribution to the variable of total satisfaction, if you like, is considered to be low. So this is the action opportunity that needs to pay attention. So we need to move the criteria from the action opportunity area to the leverage opportunity area, to put more effort. And the bottom right area is leverage opportunity. Those criteria have high weight coefficient and contribute high to total satisfaction. So those are considered to be our good points. And the last area, top left area here, the transfer resources. If we have a criteria that is put into this area, this means that the company can take resources and transfer resources somewhere else because this criteria has low weight and the satisfaction that offers is high. So it has low importance and high performance already. So maybe we take resources from here and put it somewhere else. So this is the sample demographics that we used. 500 persons from users of the machines. And the results given by the Musa software revealed that the total satisfaction of the customers was very high. It was around 91%. And concerning the weight that was put into the criteria, we can see that the first priority for the customers are the prices. The prices have a weight, were assigned a weight of around 34%. And the second most important criteria that was assigned a good weight is the criterion of the products. And the other criteria had a lower weight coefficient. So let me go on to the action diagram. This one puts the criteria into the area that I previously described. On the top right area, this is the competitive advantage. those criteria have high importance and high satisfaction of the customers. So the products and the prices were assigned good importance and are also major contributors to the total satisfaction. So that the company must focus on those variables, if you like. And the store branches network, on the other hand, is a criteria that has been given a lower weight but has a good satisfaction level. So maybe the company should not be very interested in expanding the branch, since satisfaction is already high from the current situation. And the criteria of personal and customer service is the status quo area. Those criteria may stay as it is. Maybe this company wasn't given praises for customer service, since the customer was essentially the employee. We got the bottles from our house and we go to the ATM milk machine and we put milk. So the company gives us, eliminates the middleman and makes us the suppliers, essentially. So this is the action diagram, the criteria, and milk vending machines are considered supply chains that can eliminate intermediaries between producers and consumers, and therefore reduce the use of resources and energy. This has been calculated in some papers that it is a far more energy-friendly method than putting the bottles in the supermarket stands. So customers of the vending company Thesgala reported a very high level of total satisfaction. The most important criteria was the criteria of products and prices. Those are considered as the competitive advantage of the company. It is also noteworthy that the main causes of failure of vending supply chain from a socioeconomic point of view can be attributed to the following. We were troubled about what caused the failure of this innovative idea. And according to literature, the farmers lack some processing and marketing capabilities sometimes. And also there's a difficulty of networking and collaboration with other key stakeholders, such as the supermarkets. Maybe I was thinking, if the company, why not the company to put the milk vending machine in the supermarket? This is something that maybe it would help them. But on the other hand, the supermarket are great stakeholders. And as you can understand, economic deals include much commitment, maybe, I don't know. And also the necessity to raise consumer awareness of the benefits of pasteurized milk and the limited range of dairy products that were offered by the cooperative. Maybe those were some problems that led to the failure of this idea. But most of all, I think that the farming corporations have a problem generally in loaning from the banks. They get very high interest rates for loaning, and this doesn't help a lot. So this was our paper. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoy your rest of the evening, and I will gladly answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danos. Do we have any questions for Dr. Danos? Yes, please.
Good evening, Mr. Danos.
Good evening.
A question. When did you do and where the research? Because I think that now the machines don't work.
Yes, the machines have ceased operation. All the machines have stopped. The last machine stopped June 2022, just a couple of months ago. This research was performed in 2020 in Athens. Our sampling.
How? Near the machines, for example? Or?
Near the vending machines, we sent some research with some tablets, and we asked the users some questions.
Okay.
It was done via Google Forms.
Because we did the same research in 2018
It was a
in
good year then.
Thessaloniki.
Yes. Yes.
And the results were similar.
Yes, it was a good year. 2008, it was a good year for the company, I think.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you.
But I'm still wondering about the reasons of the economic failure, but it's not the subject of the specific presentation.
There are many economic reasons for this situation. This is another discussion.
Another discussion.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Dr. Danos, this is George Blonzos from the University of Thessaly. Maybe I can provide some feedback about the reasoning
for
this failure. The main reasoning is that only around 10% of the total quantities of milk being produced by milk producers being members of Thesgala was being sold via these vending machines. So, if we calculate let's say,
the other percentage, the other 90%?
Was sold to processing firms for either being sold as pasteurized milk or dairy products like yogurt, cheese, etc., under the brands of the processors.
Okay, I understand, yes.
Okay. So the operational cost of these vending machines was quite high. And when this expansion took place from Larissa to either Thessaloniki or Athens, was not objectively, let's say, calculated before being implemented. This entrepreneurship wasn't successful due to the fact that the operational cost was very high, much higher than the turnover being achieved via these sales. This was the main reason behind this failure.
Okay, I have also read in the research that I did that they had some major clients that they lost. They lost some major clients and they had an economic breakdown. I have read that they had a client from Holland, from Dutch, a big client. Around 40% of their production was sold to Holland, Dutch client, and they lost the client and they collapsed.
Okay. The last corrective move they had is to add more dairy products in these vending machines, like yogurt or cheeses, in order to enrich the variety of products being sold via these machines. But it was too late, unfortunately, to save the game. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Blonzos, thank you very much for the clarifications. I was wondering, I'm an economist, I'm not in the agricultural sector, I'm an economist, and I was wondering why didn't they put vending machines in the supermarket? Because if you want to buy milk, you do not want to go especially for the milk. You want to go to the supermarket to buy everything, to buy meat, to buy bread, to buy everything there. Why didn't they put the vending machine there?
You are absolutely right, but you are not aware of the operational rationale of the supermarkets. The retail chain stores has zero motivation to add such vending machines inside their stores.
And maybe they wanted great commissions to do that, and maybe they were...
By all means. It would be one shop inside a bigger shop.
Yes.
And this is not a good strategy for retail chain stores worldwide.
Thank you very much. It seemed like an interesting idea to me to investigate the case study from an economic viewpoint. Maybe I will do so.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danos. I wish you a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, it seems that we have reached the end. I would like to thank every one of you who stayed with us until the end, and it's time for a representative of the scientific committee to close the HAICTA 2022 conference.
So, dear friends, eventually, after two very, very intensive days, we have reached the end of this, I think, very successful conference. Many thanks to all of you for being here, present, either in physical presence or digitally, being an active audience, contributing so much new knowledge via your presentations. I would like also to thank our sponsors for this conference, retail chain store Masutis, Marathon Data Systems, Scientact, Geotechnical Chamber of Greece, Milk Plan, Elgo Dimitra, and AgroApps. Some statistics about our association, the Hellenic Association of Applications of Information Technology in Agriculture. Until now, we have organized 10 international conferences. This was the 10th. So, until now, more than 1,000 scientific papers have been presented. More than 70 different countries have participated. More than 400 reviewers engaged in the reviewing process. 8 presentations for this conference. We had 8 presentations in the doctoral consortium section, 3 keynote speakers from the University of Cambridge, University of Wageningen, and the Agricultural University of Athens, 67 oral presentations in 11 sessions, and we had also 43 posters. Many aspects have been commented, presented on precision farming. Many aspects on economic modeling were also presented and discussed. We realized the great value of physical presence after the dreadful era of COVID-19, and we re-evaluated human relations, active physical human relations. Before the COVID-19, we had the, allow me to say it, the illusion that physical contact and physical presence is not necessary anymore due to the innovation of information technologies. This pandemic verified that we are humans, we have feelings, and as Aristotle said, human is a social animal. So we need physical contact, we need to be together and discuss and interact. There was significant attendance and reactive and constructive, fruitful dialogue and networking. And we hope to see you again in the next conference. So stay tuned with our site. In the coming few months, we will announce the next place. The 11th conference of HAICTA will take place. Many, many thanks to all of you. Have a nice evening. If you have any suggestions, please send an email. Or if there is a willingness from each of you to help us organize the next conference in the place you are working or at the place you are you think that we will have a successful conference, please do not hesitate to communicate with us and share your thoughts and ideas. Okay.